shit. Hold on. My camera fucking up.
Yeah. You already know what it is. Peace and Black Power family. You already know what it is. Yeah. You already know what it is. Peace and Black Power family. You already know what it is. Yeah. You already. Yeah, 50 wins. 50 wins. Knock it today. New York, we on the roll. We made 50 wins this year, and we got it. It ain't over for us. We got a hard task in this playoff series coming up on Saturday, y'all. We either gonna play Miami or Philadelphia in the first round. Damn. Now I wish we wouldn't have been second, man. You know, Miami or Philadelphia, yo. So yeah, oh man. That's climbing a steep hill. We got to be on our A game if we don't want to get knocked off in the first round. We know Miami and Philly. But see, it's either one of them two teams. They got to play themselves on a Wednesday. Whoever win between Miami and Philadelphia, that's who take on the Knicks for the playoffs. So who would you say you want? Who you want, Maccabees? Who you want, Daniel Allen? Who would you say we should play first? Well, I think it'll be better for us to play Philadelphia. So I'm hoping Philly can knock off Miami on Wednesday. Whoever win that is the play-in. And so whoever win that, we take on them for the postseason. Let me bring in Minister Enqi before the crew get in the building. Peace, Enqi. What's up?
Everything, nothing at the same time.
All right, I want to tell you the same thing, Enqi. You know we won 50 games today to end the season, New York Knicks. And we waiting now, Enqi, for Wednesday between Miami and Philly. They got to play the play-in. Whoever win between them two teams take on the Knicks for the postseason. Who would you rather see? Knicks in Miami Heat or the Knicks in Philly for the postseason, brother?
Well, I mean, you know, I got to go with history. So based on the history, I would say I would prefer to see the Knicks battle it out with Pat Riley team.
Yeah, that will be sweet revenge. That will be sweet revenge.
Yeah,
but I was saying I would rather take on Philly, bro. Philly, Miami Heat, tough for Knicks. They match up very well.
Yeah, but you know Tyrese Maxey, man. You know I'm a fan of Tyrese Maxey.
We good with him. He's soft. See, he get all them points with them other teams. New York, we play bully ball, and Tyrese he ain't doing all that with New York. We done beat them twice already. We beat them twice already.
I don't know. Don't sleep on him, man. Don't sleep on him.
Man. Yo, well, who gonna stop Bronson? Who gonna stop Jalen? See, you got to look at all of that. Who gonna stop Hart from getting them boards? See,
listen, I want to see. Listen, I want to see the Knicks go all the way.
Well, they ain't gonna go all the way, but they got to have a chance of going all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals. They got that chance, though.
Hey, you listen. They could go all the way, sir. They could beat Boston.
Yeah, but if they beat Boston, do you think they're going to beat Denver, brother? Come on, man. Do you think they're going to take on the Joker and Murray? Come on, bro. Stop, man.
Well, here's the thing.
Without Julius Randle?
Here's the thing. You never know how the injury gods is going to smile down on you.
That's true. It's true.
Now, this nigga just got injured already.
Who? Giannis?
No, from Denver. It's the Joker and what's his man? What's his
partner? Murray.
Murray just got injured.
When?
Maybe last week or something like that, right?
No, Murray's back though. He's back. I know Giannis just got injured, brother.
Yeah,
That's why they
Giannis,
lost today. They
listen,
lost today.
Giannis been injured and he has not allowed himself to fully recover properly. That's why them injuries keep coming back quick like that.
Oh man.
But Murray just coming off. If he started playing already, see that, like I said, you never know what happens when the playoffs start to go.
That is
Because
true.
see,
That is true, brother.
when you get that injury and you got all the pressure on you from the money, you got all of the fans on you, you got your family on you because you know they fans and all that too. So you got all this pressure to hurry up and get back in the game. And sometimes that don't work out for you. So, you know, I hope he don't hurt himself, but the fact that he just got injured and then he jumped right back in now for the start of the playoffs, it means that Murray might not last throughout the whole playoffs.
Well, you know, Embiid is not 100%. He's just getting back. That's why I said I would like.
Not even be back. He shouldn't even be back.
That's why I said I would rather take on Philly because Jimmy Butler, man, that nigga, damn man, woof. He's mean.
But, you know, Jimmy Butler. Yeah, but Jimmy Butler's wearing his hair like. What is he doing,
man.
Bro? Come on, man. What is that? What is he doing with that, bro? He got like his
last time Knicks went to the finals. They went.
He got on eyeliner and all that. Like, come on, bro.
Okay. I see my man Daniel Allah. Daniel Allah said, we can do it. Even though Daniel Allah live over there in Philly right now, he going with New York. You smart man, Daniel Allah. Smart man. Smart man, Daniel Allah. Yeah, you know what it is.
Listen, you know what it is. Saad, the Knicks got a lot of closet fans that been fans for a long time, but
peace, Empress Janet, peace, sister. Yeah,
you know, we went through something. You know what I'm saying? We went through a lot of seasons back to back where Michael Jordan, you know, was snatching our dreams, and then, you know, we had that incident with the layup. And, you know, a lot of us, we never forgave Patrick Riley for that layup. I mean, Patrick Ewing for that layup.
Yo,
you know?
Did you see Michael Jordan's son is now taking over the league? He's going to be the new Jordan.
What?
He busting people butt. Michael Jordan's son, man.
Michael Jordan's son?
Yeah, he killing them right now.
What?
Anthony Edwards. You ain't know
that?
Hey, Anthony Edwards is a beast, bro.
Hey, but hold on.
That young brother right there.
Wait, but you know who is busting their ass in the league right now?
Who?
Scottie Pippen's son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see Anthony Edwards, man.
No, Anthony Edwards is going to be huge, but I'm saying,
yeah.
Watch out for Scott, just in terms of sons, you know, upholding the legacy of
Scottie Pippen's son. Who he playing with?
He was with the Lakers, and I wish we would have kept him. The Lakers be having so much talent that they let go. I think he went to the Spurs or he went to Dallas or somewhere, but wherever he went, the Lakers just played them, and he had like 35.
Oh wow, he nice like that.
Oh yeah. He playing. He hooping.
Yo, I like that dude from Toronto Raptors, man. Is it Toronto? No, New Orleans. What's my man name? The point guard?
The one that was at that used to play in Portland?
No, New Orleans. The point guard, man. He is a beast, bro. I like him too. No, not McCullum. No, man. Damn. Hold up, am I saying the right team? Kevin Durant, Westbrook was playing with them and together in Harden.
Oh, OKC. You thinking of Oklahoma? Right. You thinking of hold on? Damn, I know who you talking about too. Chase like him. I don't like him.
Yeah, I like that dude. What? He is like nice.
No, he good. He good, but I don't like him because he be coming at the, you know. I gotta
I like that boy.
When LeBron retire, I like him. You know what I'm
saying? To me, LeBron got one more year left with him. He got another year.
I think LeBron got another 3. I think his body can take it, but I think the game is getting boring for him. So I think that's the reason. I think that's the reason why he need his son to come into the league, so he could have a mental reason to exert himself.
Yo, just everybody hold on. We wait until the people get in here, and then we're gonna get into some vegan. We're gonna get into some health and nutrition. We got one of the master teachers here when it comes to this. This is his lane. And as long as the doctor stay in his lane, he'll be all right. Sometimes he think he can challenge people and drive outside of his lane and get ran over by a tractor trailer truck named Reggie, you know? And
Stop.
Yeah.
Now you know what happened to Reggie, man. I put Reggie in retirement, man. Stop this, man.
I know you didn't, man. I don't think you could do Reggie.
Reggie got crushed, man. You got to relax, bro. I know you trying to rebuild him up because Sister Freedom just crushed him. Like, Reggie need to relax.
Come on in. Come on in, Napah. Napah, come on in. There you go.
Uh-oh.
There she go, y'all. Y'all better be ready. Yo, what's going on, Dr. Daniel LaRoche? Shout out to Dr. Daniel LaRoche. Maccabees TV is in the building. Bond Dog, the roll call. We got to get a roll call. Bond Dog is in the building. And we're going to deal with some health, nutrition, some good food. So without any further ado, I would like to bring on Napah Shadah. Napah, where you at?
I was just going to set up my lights, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I was rushing because I'm a mom, and so I had to do some mom things, you know. But I'm back. I'm here. Peace to Enqi. I'm really interested. I'm glad to sit down and have this conversation.
Peace.
Yes, this conversation about what we should be eating. Peace, Janet. Peace to everybody in the chat. I love you. And yeah, so I don't know what I missed, but
nothing. We was talking about basketball. Hey, Sa, are we going to open up the panel at the end of the discussion?
Yes, if you want to, of course. But anyway, I'm gonna hold up, let Napah finish, and then we're gonna pass the mic to you, Enqi, and let you start this thing off. You know, this is not a debate, y'all. We are here to bring some health to this topic. And Daniel Otter need to hit the link because he is definitely one of those teachers as well, Dr. Enqi. You know that, right?
I know he's trying to do something.
Yeah, Daniel is nice when it comes to the health. Trust and believe. So go ahead, brother Enqi. I'm gonna pass you the mic and let you go ahead and open it up.
I'm glad to have this conversation. I'm hoping that Dr. Daniel LaRoche wants to come in and apologize to me at the end of the video. You know, he ducking me. He got to come in and answer some questions. But it's always good.
You're breaking up, Dr. Enqi. You're breaking up.
It's always good to have the meat versus the plant-based. You know, it's always good to have that dialogue for the audience.
All right, so go ahead, start the conversation off.
Yeah,
man.
it is very good. I think really this day and age, a lot of people are relying on. A lot of people are relying on meat. And give me 1 second, please. Go ahead, Enqi. I'll be right back.
So yeah. So I just think it's a good convo to have to open up the floor to some more dialogues. And when Sister Napah came up with the idea to have this conversation, I responded by saying we probably need to have a series of these conversations and just build on different topics. But, you know, having a male perspective and then also having the female perspective, because there is, you know, you can disagree or agree on topics, but then you can also agree from different perspectives. You know what I'm saying? So it's always good to be able to speak in the first person. You know, you don't have to be speaking in the first person to give good advice or sound information.
I had to change my shirt. It's hot, man. I had to take off that sweater, put on this other one. This is a little better. You know what I'm saying, Enq? A lot better. Yeah, man. That other joint, that sweater is hot as hell. But anyway, let's go. Go ahead, Enqi. Sorry about that.
You had to switch it up to the Knicks, huh?
Yeah, no, it was the Knicks. I just had to switch it up to the
different Knicks.
Yeah, to a different jersey. That other one is hot. That's the hoodie. That was the hoodie one.
So you might not believe that the Knicks can make it, man.
No, I believe that we can make it. I believe that we can do it. But go ahead. We got Napah here. Time to turn it up. I'm ready. Let's get it in, y'all.
Ladies first. Go ahead, Sister Napah. You can
open it up, Napah. Let's go.
Well, I was saying, again, I just got in. That's why I got a little distracted. I'm sorry. I'm putting groceries away. Everything's happening over here. So, we've been taught, as of late, I'd say the last 30 years. Let's see, 30 years, that the best way for health is to abstain from meat. And science, lifestyle, life experiences from different people have proven otherwise, that just abstaining from meat is definitely not the healthiest choice. It oftentimes has really damaged the health of people. What we haven't focused on is moderation and sustaining not just ourselves as beings, as humans, but the entire ecosystem, the entire environment. So that's what I want to point out. I want to just tear down a lot of the myths that veganism is the healthiest way, and rebuild by saying, okay, moderation, what is best for not just us in our bodies, but in our entire the macrocosm, the ecosystem and the environment. So that's what I'm throwing out right now. Enqi, I know you say veganism is the ideal way of life and diet. However, there's a lot of information out there saying otherwise. So, yeah, that's all. Where do we begin?
Well, what I would say is not necessarily the best for everybody, but I would say the best probably for equatorial people. So there's a difference between polar haplotypes and equatorial haplotypes. So, there's a difference in how we metabolize food, how we metabolize fat, how our mitochondria functions, like all of those things, have to play a role in how we provide our body with, sustenance. So I would I would just say that there's a place for meat. There's a place for protein. They don't occupy the same space. So there's data that suggests if people don't have the adequate amount of protein in their diet, that there's an issue. But I'm not sure about data suggesting that not having an adequate amount of meat per se would be a big deal.
Well, there is data that, first off, there's a common ground here, especially when I hear you say there is a place for a portion of meat in your diet, in a healthy diet, I should say, ideally. However, there is scientific data saying that meat is important. It obviously, omega-3s, we're talking about fish, right? Correct. So fish is considered meat, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. But you do know that fish don't create omega-3s.
Well, I do know that there's a rich source of omega-3s in seafood. Are you saying there isn't? Because we could pull up some sources.
No, well, we probably need to pull up sources anyway. But what I'm saying is that fish don't intrinsically produce omega-3 and then we eat the fish. The fish are consuming the omega-3 rich phytoplanktons and algae. And so, like any other animal, they store omega-3 in their fats. And then so you can use them as a cheat code. And instead of eating the algae, go ahead and just eat the fish. Sure. But I'm just,
so they're a good source, right?
But I'm just saying for well, no. The better source would obviously be the algae itself. But I'm saying,
but fish is a source of omega-3s, correct, in your diet.
They can be,
despite how they get the omega-3s, they're a great source.
Sure.
Okay. So, and I'm not disputing that sea moss and plankton, which is basically we're talking about krill, and we're getting back to animal sources. Even if a blue whale or eats I think it's the one with the baleen, the baleen whale eats the krill, that is a source of food. That is a good source of food for that animal. We as animals,
but algae is not meat though.
No, I'm not talking about algae. I'm talking about our diets and the sources of meat. I named seafood first, but I can also name eggs. Eggs are not in a vegan diet. I'm talking about animal products. Beef, chicken, egg, dairy, they're all vital sources of protein and other essential nutrients that we need in our diet. And just, I mean, if we could just look at the arguments that vegans use, which is first and foremost, which I don't disrespect the position of, okay, I don't want to kill to eat. However, in this ecosystem, everything essentially has to die for you to eat. In fact, animals have to die for plants to grow in the soil. You do agree with that, right? We're not just talking about fertilizing the soil with
no.
What do you use?
No. Animals don't have to die for plants to grow.
Well, animals do die. Everything in the soil is
animals die, people die.
Decomposing animals.
Right, but I'm saying decomposing animals are more probably important for oil and gas than it is. Like, you don't need a dead animal to fertilize your soil. You can use feces, you can use urine. I mean, that's, the waste products from animals are probably more important to fertilizing the soil than the actual dead animals.
So where are the dead animals at?
No. The dead animals die and they put, they in the ground. But what I'm saying is
they're in the soil, right?
Correct. But what I'm saying is they're not required. Like farmers that farm, they don't necessarily bury animals where they grow their food. They don't, that's not a requirement.
No, that's not the point. The point is, in the ecosystem, animals are the soil. It's not about them being required. They are essentially the soil. Essentially, soil is decomposed animals. So that's my point. What I'm getting at is this.
Yeah, I would disagree with that too. The soil is definitely not like.
So where are all the good animals?
When animals break down, right? Much of what you call flesh is gone. Much of what you call flesh is gone because you got to remember the body is mostly water. So outside of that, I got you, but we're talking about a decomposing body.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. So that doesn't turn into necessarily dust per se or dirt, unless you're talking about the small percentage of, mineral elements that's carried there. You got mostly water, then you got amino acids, which is going to break down. So you don't necessarily get a straight conversion of a dead animal into soil.
Okay. So now we've established, I've made 2 points, that animals are important for our nutrients. Because you have some fans in the chat saying, Enqi, be careful with her, be gentle with her. It's hilarious. Enqi knows, we know each other. We had our little spar sessions before, but it's not even like a debate. However, it is a very hot topic, and we're starkly opposed because anyone who knows about farming and even just basic, how do you say, gardening, you know that the soil it's composed of different elements, different people do composting. It's not only plants, there's animal products in the soil, and it makes the soil rich. Getting off that's a what?
Poop. Animal poop, feces, but you don't necessarily. What I'm saying is, you don't need the dead bodies. No, you don't put dead bodies in your soil.
So you don't compost. When you do compost, you don't put any type of animal flesh. If you are in an environment that composts, you don't have any type of animal flesh in the composting.
Most people that do composting, it's just food, like fruits and
compost
and plant matter.
It's just plant matter. No, that is not true. But let's put that in the back burner and let's get back to because these are side arguments. I want to get back to veganism, which I want to get back on veganism.
Well, let me just ask you this, because this is a good subject though. So you put like animal bodies in your compost?
No, I don't put animal. My point is, waste. If it can decompose and it can turn back to the soil, it's useful. If you're saying you're actually agreeing with me, because you're saying fecal matter. You're saying an animal product is good for the soil. You're saying urine and fecal matter. Those are animal products.
Right, so, but that's not a decomposing animal, though. There's a difference between.
So where do these when we plant in the earth, when we plant in the soil, there's no decomposed animal in the soil. Then there's never been an animal that decomposed. I mean, this is I guess this is such a basic. I didn't think we were going to spend all the time on this, but I could pull up some information for those in the audience who are also not you, who are very ignorant.
Let's go.
I wanted to get deep. That's baby scratch. I want to talk about how vegans say I talked to our brother, Young Pharaoh.
Early, though. We got time. We got time.
No. I'm gonna put it all on the table. We could eat all of it. So Young Pharaoh, our brother Young Pharaoh, he's not here. He was like, in ancient times, we only ate this. None of these vegetables that you're eating today were even around. None of the plants were around 4,000 years ago. So I want to throw that out there too for all the vegans who are hilariously pretending that we ate plants only. We ate plants when we were a different type of species, a different type of organism, and we lived in trees. Once we ate meat, the expensive tissue hypothesis, because the thing about the decomposing, that's like third grade science. So I want to get on the good stuff, because Enqi's a heavy hitter. I'm not going to stay on what decomposes in the soil. I think we all know that animals decompose in the soil, and we all understand that we plant food in that soil. I don't have to go on and on about that. Let's talk about.
Wait. Hold on. But
so you're still going to talk about that? Go ahead.
Definitely, because.
So animals don't decompose and go into the soil.
Hold on. Because there's a difference, and I just want to make sure that we clarify what we're saying. Early on, you said that dead animals are required for the soil. No, I didn't say required.
Never used that word.
Are needed for the soil to be fertile.
Didn't say need either. Okay. I said, and I could say it because I'm sitting right here. The earth is made of dead animals, decomposed animals. We bring forth plants and fruits out of the soil from those dead animals. Grand opening, grand closing.
No, but that's a very loose association. What I'm saying is, because 90% of our food comes from farms. nobody is putting dead animals in the soil that they farm for food. Like that's
You're
not.
you're dragging this to you're trying. Don't be scared of me, Enqi. You're bringing this to something that I'm not saying.
Am I being scared, or are you being evasive? Because you might,
because that's not the argument.
Made an early mistake. Listen, you might have made an early mistake.
I didn't make a mistake. I'll double down. The earth brings forth vegetables and the earth is composed of decomposed animals.
So what I'm saying is do you know anybody that you can reference that puts dead animals inside the soil that they're going to grow or that they're currently growing food out of?
Okay, that question is not an intelligent question for me, because let me tell you why. I just told you the soil itself is composed of dead animals itself. The soil itself is, the animal has decomposed, therefore it's no longer an animal. Okay, so that's why I don't want to stay on this. You know, you have nitrogen, you have all kinds of carbon, you have different things in the soil that once was. It's a breakdown of the flesh. The flesh is decomposed and it's become something else, but it's still essentially that same animal. Now, that is a fact. I didn't say somebody takes a dead body and plants and makes food out of it. But I am saying, and I'll double down again, timestamp it, the soil is composed of not just decomposed animals, everything decomposed, plants. So everything decomposes and it becomes the soil that we plant our food from.
Oh,
so that's all.
I got you now. I'm just saying early on, you know, I think that you might have made the statement that
I didn't make a mistake. I was making a loose statement, getting warmed up, saying that plants come from the earth and that animals are in the earth. That's all.
Let him make a statement. Let him finish.
Yeah, but we're spending a lot of time on something that is obviously a fact that a first grader.
We got time today.
Well, I know. That's why I want to get this out, because I don't want to. You're not gonna. I'm not wrong. The earth that you bring forth plants from is composed of decomposed.
Might have to source it, Napah. If you keep doing that,
I'm gonna source it, but I go get a first grade book. I will. I'm gonna get a first grade science book. It's composed of decomposed animals, decomposed plants. So decomposed organisms. That's the soil that we bring. What my point was, and I think I said, people are very sensitive about the dying or the killing of animals. So in the context, I said, but everything dies, and the soil itself that the plants come from is composed of, was once animals who were living that decomposed. That's my thing that I'm saying on the philosophical level, where they're like, oh, you shouldn't eat that because you're killing. You're taking animals, you're taking food from the soil, the soil, which is composed of everything dead, and you're growing plants, and then plants also are dying when you eat them. So I didn't even get to that point, but I'll let you go ahead and speak. I'll grab some. I think I might find it like a kindergarten science book and get that information. Just give me a second.
I want to say, y'all in the audience, y'all need to fall back, listen, and get the information, because when you're saying she's wrong, you might end up looking stupid in the end, because none of y'all didn't do the research. Napah is not wrong. Trust me, she is right. She knows what she's talking about. And Enqi is not wrong. Enqi is good as well. So this is a good conversation, man, between both of them. It's not a debate, family. This is just for learning purposes that we're doing this.
Perfect. Thank you, Senator. And yes, I did want to talk about humus later, but so it won't be so on a very basic level. I can share my screen. The first thing that came up when I Googled humus, and yeah, these people are eating all that soy and all that wheat, those wheat products, and overloading in sugars and carbs. The vegans who are angry already, please sit back and just listen, okay? So this is just a basic website. I don't even know what it is. I just grabbed this. The soil. This says the CB or OERTX. Okay, so let's see what this says here. It talks about the humus. Okay. You can speak. Do you want me to read this? I'm reading this for the first time like you all. Soil composition. Maybe this will show us something here. Soil composition. Soil consists of these major components. Inorganic mineral matter, about 40 to 45% of the soil's volume. Organic matter, about 5% of the soil volume. Water and air, about 50% of the soil volume. The amount of each of the four major components of soil depends on the amount of vegetation, soil compaction, and water present in the soil. A good, healthy soil has sufficient air, water, mineral, and organic material to promote and sustain plant life. So the plants that are coming from it, you don't disagree that the organic material is also animal products. Do you disagree with that?
What I'm saying, here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I think this is probably where the nexus of where we're disagreeing or the center of the disagreement is. So there's a difference between saying that animals decay in soil and return back to the ground versus saying that people are growing food in places where currently rotting corpses are. Because
I didn't say anything like that.
But
let me finish
okay,
reading this, Enqi, please.
Okay, but hold on. Let me just finish my statement.
Go ahead, finish, because nobody said anything about rotting corpses.
I got you. So when a body breaks down and decays, it releases a lot of toxic chemicals that would be poisonous to anybody, any other animal, or any human that would consume that, or if the chemicals got into the water supply or even into the crops that's growing next to it, and then people ate those crops, that would be poisonous because of the rotting corpses.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
Good, thank you. Now let's get back to what we were talking about. Nobody's talking about rotting corpses. You're being disingenuous, and I'd like to finish reading this. I just asked you, do you agree? I stopped reading it because this is factual information about the humus. Okay. And if you're not familiar with it, I ask you to go research it, as well as the people in the audience who think that you're correct. You're misleading. Nobody said anything about a rotting corpse. I said that animals, organic material, return to the earth and become soil. And from that soil, plant life is brought forth. And that's what vegans eat. Let me finish reading this right here. So as you saw,
that's incorrect.
Well, let me just, if you don't mind, I'd like to just read this and then we can talk about this. Because as you see, it says soil composition. We read that. We see the little pie. It's showing you the composition, the makeup in percentages. And then it says the four major components of soil are shown as inorganic minerals, organic matter, water, and air. Soil, Enqi, compaction can result when soil is compressed by heavy machinery or even foot traffic. How might this compaction change the soil composition? The organic material of soil, you guys got to listen to this part, called humus, is made up of microorganisms, dead and alive. Let me say that again. Dead and alive, and dead animals. I got to really say that again. Dead animals, I'll say it one more time. Dead animals and plants in varying stages of I want to get this out. Thank you, Senator. Dead animals and plants in varying stages of decay, Enqi. Decay. Hold on. Let me read it again, because there's some people out there that need some meat in the audience. The organic material of soil, called humus, is made up of microorganisms, dead and alive, and dead animals and plants in varying stages of decay. Humus improves soil structure and provides plants with water and minerals. The inorganic material of soil consists of rock, slowly broken down into smaller particles that vary in size. So this can go on and on and on. But as I said, it's just a baby book. I mean, my daughter is in elementary school and she knows that much. Start planting with your children. Do a little gardening. Find out that the soil is composed of dead animals and plants. Now, that's not even what I wanted to go into, but you can respond to that.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, I never disagreed on the fact of whether the soil in general.
Hold on, wait, stop right now.
Okay,
wait, hold on.
You gotta let me speak at some point.
Yeah.
Somebody is on my account in your chat.
No, me. That was me.
Oh, whew.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're on here.
I'm sorry, Enqi. I'm sorry, Enqi.
You good?
I'll mute out.
Right. So no, what I'm saying is I never disagreed on whether animals decay in the soil. Like we bury people, we bury them in the ground. Like that's, but what I'm saying is there's a difference between actual plots where people are growing food versus just talking about soil in general. So places where we would be growing food at, you typically don't have, or you wouldn't want to put. So when you say, for instance, when you make the statement that vegans are eating plants that are growing out of dead animals, when you put all that together like that, okay. I might be hearing it wrong. That's all. And maybe it's just me just hearing it wrong. But when you say like the vegans are eating plants that grow out of the dead animals, or that the dead animals are in the soil and the plants are growing out of with the dead like when you mix the two, I'm just saying that part is incorrect because you don't have like rotting flesh where you growing food at. Like that's not a thing because you get a lot of poisonous. So we on the same page. We good from there.
I know, Sonnet, I'm okay with Enqi, but I need to clear this up.
Clear it up.
I never once said rotting flesh, that plants are growing out of rotting flesh.
You said dead animal.
Science showed you that it's dead animals.
No. Science did not. What you just did was you read about soil in general. You didn't read agriculture where it says that farmers are taking dead bodies and throwing it where they're growing.
I didn't say that, Enqi.
But when you say that that's what people are eating, that's what you imply, because there's most of the world is dirt that's just dirt. People don't eat from there. People eat from plots where they practice agriculture. And a part of that is you bury the animals that way and you grow the food this way. Like you don't mix the where you bury animals. That's why we have cemeteries, burial plots historically, because even back thousands of years ago, we learned you don't bury people and animals where you're growing your food at, because although eventually those bodies will be broken down by bacteria and things like that into the soil, in the meantime, in the short term, the chemicals from the decomposing bodies are poisonous to people, is what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Enqi, I don't know if you're just doing this on purpose or if you really don't know.
Wait, all right, so wait. What am I saying that you disagree with?
I was about to respond to what you said. No, let me get in here for a second. No, you get no. I got to come in right now. You just made a full story up of what science says that the humus, that's the best, that's the part of the earth that brings forth plant life in a very rough explanation of it. You're saying, you're trying to tell people that I said that we plant our foods on rotting corpses. I didn't say that. Science shows us. My point is, and you can't get around it, that's why you're pushing it in another direction. If you're going to start talking about things like, why would we kill? I'm just debunking and dispelling all this nonsense that the vegans say. Oh, I don't want to kill life. And so we're starting with that. Everything dies and everything recycles in the soil. Nobody's saying that we're planting our food in cemeteries. Now, people in the chat who don't understand, just be quiet and go eat some soy. But for the ones who just want to get information and learn, I just showed you the soil is composed of microorganisms. It's composed of inorganic and organic matter. And that is from dead animals and dead plants, partially. I'm not saying that we plant our food on corpses. Now, this isn't even I've already proven that that's the truth. But if you want to twist my words and say that I said we plant in cemeteries, great. So we could go forward and get to another point that I'd like to bring up, and I'll hand this over to you. But I do want to talk about the expensive tissue hypothesis.
I got you. But before we go on, I just want to establish, though, for the record, at least for the people that's, there's going to be people that listen to your side of the argument. People are going to take what I'm, there's going to be people that pick this apart and they're going to take what they want. Cool. But I'm just saying, for clarity, for those people that are listening to me, the dead animal is no longer there. There's no longer like a dead animal. So to imply that because you're eating plants, you're somehow consuming dead animals in a secondary or tertiary way. Oh, I'm just saying.
But now you're putting more lies. I didn't say you're consuming dead animals.
Is it possible that I could finish my statement?
But when you speak, you twist my words and you tried so hard. We haven't even scratched the surface. I said
I'm not twisting your words. I'm just trying to say mine. I'm just speaking.
But in the context of you saying that we don't want to kill, we don't want to eat anything that comes from killing.
Listen, I've never said, hold on. I have never said this entire show anything about I don't want to eat anything because of killing or any of that.
Not you.
If anybody's putting words, who?
Not you, Enqi. Vegans say that.
Oh, I just want you to.
But we having a conversation with me and you, not necessarily hypothetical people. So what I'm saying is, I might have misconstrued what you said. So I'm not even necessarily speaking on you, unless that's what you said. I'm just saying in the sense of growing plants for food out of the soil, yes, it is true that dead animals decompose into the soil. That is a separate fact in and of itself over here. Once the animal has completely decomposed, the animal is no longer present. You're just dealing with the elements that the animal consumed along his life. But the process of decomposing animals produces a wide array of seriously, heavily poisonous stuff. So you cannot have that in the same place where you grow food and stuff like that. That's all. I'm just trying to make the distinction between those two things for the people.
Yeah, but any moron out there who thinks that I just read something about a rotting corpse, they should just, off themselves at this point.
You know that a dead body in the ground is rotting. You do know that, right?
No. You talked and I want to respond to your misinformation.
No, right. But what I'm saying is you know that any animal's body, when you put it into the ground, you know it is rotting, right?
Okay, I could go back and read that piece of information that says that organic material from animals and plants is in the soil, and it's decaying material that is essential, not just optional and maybe, it's essential to healthy soil, that for the soil to produce a plant. I'd like to move on. I've made a great point on that. You're just going to keep going in circles and twisting my words. I didn't say plant bodies on dead corpses, or corpses are dead on corpses. Excuse me. I don't want to be redundant. Can you talk to me about the expensive tissue hypothesis? Because I love to bring that up to vegan.
Well, give your opinion on it, and then I'll respond.
Well, it's not my opinion. It's actually a study, ILO and other scientists they discovered that the early human, before the early human consumed meat, before the early human consumed animal products, actually. And to be fair, some other plant life, but primarily animal products. Before that, the brain was much smaller, 60% smaller, and the gut was larger. There was a trade-off. Once meat was consumed, the brains grew 60%. Okay, the brains became much more complex, and the gut shrunk in essence. It decreased in size. Even today, well, let me talk about the cycle. The gut, at first, before we ate meat as organisms, according to the expensive tissue hypothesis, we were able to process cellulose and other plant life and really get the best nutrients from the plant life when we processed it in our gut. Once we consumed the meat, our guts decreased in size and we were not capable of processing. Now, this is over a period of time, not overnight, a long period of time. The study is extensive. You read it, you can see they go into more detail. So the stomach, the digestive system of humans wasn't even capable of optimizing nutrients from plant life, because of our gut evolution, or the change in our gut, the trade-off, bigger brain, smaller gut. As time progressed, as we ate the meat, we then were more intelligent, and so then we started to cultivate plants, grow plants. We knew what plants were not poisonous, but we were more efficient with plant life as a supplemental part of our diet. This is science. So our gut changed again, and then we became capable of processing cellulose and just that type of the texture of that material that plants often are.
Okay.
So that's the in a nutshell, just giving you just that much. We are not fully, even now, there's animals like cows with they have 4 stomach chambers because that they eat primarily vegetation, plants. Gorillas, they have a special type of stomach, or I should say a colon, that processes large amounts of for a diet that's primarily vegan. Humans don't. Our bodies aren't made to do such things. We can have supplemental plants, especially fruits, but our bodies are designed from the head to the gut to eat meat because of the way we've evolved.
Okay.
You laughing?
No, me and young Pharaoh was going back and forth. Pharaoh funny as shit, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I told him, I said, yo, man, I'm taking you on as my son. You my little son, for real. And he was like, yo, fuck that. My father's name is Tyrone. He a real one. So me and him, we was going back and forth. That dude is funny as hell. Let's go, Enqi.
All right, I'm back. So the last thing I heard you say was that we are designed from head to toe to eat meat. And then before you said that, you said we can have some plants as supplements to our meat.
Plants are supplemental in essence. They're very vital, but they're supplemental according to, and I'm referring to not just the evidence in modern science, but the evidence in the expensive tissue hypothesis.
Okay, so let's start with. I mean, you said you said a lot of things. Let's just start with this first thing. What specific nutrient inside of meat makes your brain grow?
Are you not going to address the expensive tissue hypothesis?
I'm asking you a
Do you want me to
specific
pull it up?
question.
No, and
I
I
would
and I
like
can
you to,
answer that with this information.
I know, but can you answer the question, or you can't
Sure.
answer the question?
You want me to get the facts, or you want me to just freestyle?
I just want you to. I mean,
Because
you read the
I
article,
just
correct?
covered no, I didn't read it. I've studied it, so I just was off the top. But
Wait,
I can get
you didn't.
this.
Hold on. When you say you didn't read it,
No,
but
I've
you
read
did
the
study
study,
it.
but I didn't read it right now. It's just going off the top.
Oh, okay. So when you read the study, did the study mention which nutrient inside meat allow brains to grow?
Which nutrient inside meat? Well, we know when babies develop, I talked about omega-3s, right? I also talked about that. And also there's proteins, but we know that. I can read it. I can read that part to you. Kevin says I'm freestyling. I must be a really great freestyler because I'm on point. And I can read the article because as you see, you have your fans in the audience. I want to get the facts word for word. You know what I'm saying? I don't want them acting like I'm making it up. So if you could address that though, I am asking you to address this.
I'm just asking you a
hypothesis.
specific question because
I answered it. I answered it.
No, you didn't.
There's fatty acids, there's proteins.
Okay, but hold on. But again, fatty acids, DHA specifically. Hold on. DHA specifically, that's what if DHA, omega-3 DHA, right? To be specific, if that's your answer, that answer's incorrect because I already told you earlier that omega-3s do not come from fish.
Oh, they don't? Okay.
The fish are consuming the algae. The algae is where the DHA is coming from. The fish are consuming the algae. So listen.
So it's not present in the fish?
It's present in the fish.
Thank you.
Because the fish has ate the algae.
So the fish it's present in the fish, right?
Napah.
No, I want you to answer. Since you want me to answer, I want you to answer. Is it in the meat?
Statements, though. Listen to what I'm saying.
You gotta let me
finish speaking.
You're not trying to answer my question.
Okay, so
I asked you a question about the expensive tissue hypothesis. You don't know about it, so you want to skirt around it and ask me questions. Just say you don't know about the study. That's all you have to do. Your fans will understand. Y'all will forgive him for not knowing about this, right? So
if you just trying to have a conversation, look, if you just trying to teach, I could just sit here, listen, and let you go in. But if you're having a discussion, every time I'm disagreeing with you, you can't try to cover it up with bravado and snide comments about it. Even a first grader knows. It's like you're being very condescending, and I'm just allowing you to get away with all of that and do your thing. But at the same token, you still got to allow me to finish whole sentences, even if I disagree with you.
Okay, fair enough. But do me a favor. Don't ask me a question when I ask you a question. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, and what I'm doing is directly addressing the expensive tissue hypothesis. I'm addressing not only the hypothesis in general, but I'm addressing the specific points that you and I may have contention about within that hypothesis, because that's what the discussion is, the contention between the plant-based idea and the meat, the meat-based idea, if you will. So when you say that eating meat allowed our brains to grow, right? that statement implies that brain growth, the same brain growth or more, could not have happened if we did not eat the meat. And so we're designed to eat meat. And if the nutrients that we're getting by eating the meat actually comes from a plant source, then that means we didn't need the meat. We could have just ate the plants. So this is why I'm asking you specifically, what nutrients is in meat that made brains grow? Because if we're talking about omega-3 or DHA, like I said, we know that that's a plant-based source, and that's not coming from the fish. The fish are just eating the plants the same way we can. So is there another nutrient that they're saying that there was something else that was in the meat that allowed our brains to grow besides omega-3s?
Great. So what you're doing is not comprehending, and I'm not being condescending. It's not that that you won't be able to find these certain nutrients in plants. That's not the issue. It's a more efficient way of obtaining those nutrients, and the brain, the body responded to that. That way, see, I'm not saying don't eat vegetables. Vegans say don't eat meat. That's the issue. Vegans say don't eat meat. It's bad. But science shows us that our bodies respond well to meat. Our bodies respond so well that our brains grew bigger and stronger and more complex in a short amount of time compared to when we ate only plants. Because yes, we had to eat more plants to obtain certain nutrients than eating a certain amount of meat, flesh, animal products. I'm not just talking, and I'm not just going to use meat. I'm going to stick with, because there are people out here who don't really, the science might be over their heads, not your head, but their heads, because I know you're very scientific. That's not a jab. So I want to say it this way in very simplistic terms. You can look at a baby, an infant. The first thing an infant consumes is an animal product. That's it. Not a plant. It's not a piece of fruit. No. This is factual and this is relevant. The first thing a child consumes is, in essence, is animal product, not soy milk. It has to come from an animal. So when vegans say, oh, animal products are bad for you, they're bad for you, I'm dispelling that lie by proving just even in nature, babies, brains develop. You have to make sure that babies have these, we keep talking about fatty acids. It's very crucial for brain development. That's seen in just basic knowing how to feed your child, nutrition. Not to take this too far off track, but when we talk about problems with vaccines, it's not because the vaccine is attacking the brain, the neurological system directly. That's secondary. What's really happening is the gut is being disabled or dismantled. The gut. Why am I saying that? Because we can't uptake those nutrients to feed the brain. So
Nutrients in the vaccine?
No. I'm talking about when a child eats, the vaccine has disabled the gut, and therefore the gut cannot absorb nutrients well. Stay with me. Okay. That's what I'm just so I don't want to, I digress. Let me get back on track. My point is animal products are paramount, not vegetables, not vegans, not vegetation. The first thing that an animal takes in is a baby, essentially, ideally, is human animal product, milk.
Okay.
With these fatty acids. I'm gonna hand it back over to you because that goes back to the expensive tissue hypothesis. I'm not disputing that animals find food and they eat it, and it's you said it's secondary or tertiary. I get what you're saying. However, I'm saying that meat is essential and it's beneficial. It's not damaging. It's not negative. It's not nasty. It's not killing. It gives life. It makes brains grow, and it makes people. It helps people thrive, and that's present and obvious in science in the study of the expensive tissue hypothesis. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, my go. All right. So
y'all want to move on so we can talk about something else, like some of the things that affect us. Let's deal with some solutions. Some of the things that affect us in the body. The foods that we eat.
Hold on, Si, because I want to get the first thing is I want her to finish answering the first question, which is which of those nutrients from the meat make the brain grow? And then second, I just want to say that using the term animal product, referring to breast milk, that it's definitely an animal product. So it's not, I can't say that it's incorrect, but at best it's disingenuous to use that term to try to make it seem like bacon or pork or like beef, or like a baby needs to have an animal product. And so it's breast milk. And when you reference breast milk, that actually puts a lot of different things on the table that go against your argument, because a baby has to have a milk specific to that baby. A baby has to have a milk specific to that baby because the baby requires specific nutrients for that baby to grow. So in nature, if we're talking about nature, you don't necessarily see cow babies drinking wolf's milk or et cetera, et cetera. You see a very animal specific thing. And the reason being is because of what breast milk is composed of. So when you say animal product, specifically in the breast milk, like to your knowledge, what is breast milk composed of?
I keep reminding you that fatty acids, number one, DHA, proteins, breast milk, there's certain types of cannabinoids. There is, but if you want to know about so that's the answer for that. I answered that thoroughly.
Okay,
but with the expensive tissue hypothesis.
Okay, hold on. So just with the breast milk, the DHA, the cannabinoids, and amino acids can all come from plant sources, though.
I never said.
I'm just saying, like, what I'm trying to figure out is because when you make the preference, right, that meat is better for our bodies than plants. When you make that point, that statement,
I didn't say meat is better.
You did. You said that our body is designed to eat meat.
It's designed to eat meat.
Yeah. Okay, so that means that meat is a better food source.
No, that doesn't mean that. That means that we should eat meat. I don't say it's better. No. We should eat it.
Our body is designed for our optimal food source. So if you're saying that meat is the optimal food source, then you're saying that that's the best for our body. And you're saying that plants would be secondary to that. As you said earlier, plants can be supplemental to the meat. Right. So what I'm saying is the exact opposite, right? So I'm saying that plants are essential and that meats could be sparse, sporadic, or supplemental if you wish, depending on where you're from. Because where you're from has a lot to do with how your body processes things, how your body metabolizes things, how your mitochondria function, where your fat's going to be stored, your beta oxidation cycle. All of these little differences are going to play a role in it. This is the reason why. Well, I digress. But so let's go back to the expensive tissue hypothesis.
Are you
And
familiar with that?
for the 1,000th time, can we get you to elaborate on what nutrients from the article that you're aware of are in the meat that allow your brain to grow?
Okay, and I will do that. I just ask you a simple question. Are you
I'm
at
familiar with
all?
it. Yes,
You're familiar with it.
I'm familiar with it.
So you're just asking me the question for the audience then? Because
Yes.
the fatty acids, proteins, vitamin Bs, but B12, I believe B6, it's in the study. Lutein.
Can you pull up the study for us? Can you source it up?
Yes, I can pull the whole paper up.
I know, but when you pull up the paper, can you go right to that part with the brain nutrients?
It's elaborate. It's not just one small section.
Okay,
It's the entire paper.
Let's see. All right, well, let's see the paper.
It's the entire paper. But you asked me and I answered you. I answered you clearly. There's facts showing that the nutrients in meat, which we know, proteins, amino acids, fatty acids, there's also not just now I mentioned this in the study, there were also some plants, some plant life, like better plant life. It's mentioned in the study that better plant life was consumed. So basically, it was a better diet, but the diet that was better, that improved the brain, was primarily meat. Better meat. It was meat. And that's the study. I can pull the paper up for you. I don't really know how familiar you are with it.
Let me say this real quick. And I'm talking to the audience out there, not Enqi. See, a lot of y'all think Nepal went to Hebrew school. That's not the case, man. Y'all don't know what she took up in school, man. Y'all don't know that this woman was on her way to becoming a doctor, a real doctor. Y'all don't understand that. And right now, she is still in school right now. So y'all slipping, y'all sleeping. And that's why all of y'all who have a problem on what she's saying, when I open up this chat, when I open up the door, come on in, bring your ass in, turn on the camera, and don't get scared because y'all got a lot to say now. Come on in, cut your camera on, and ask a question. So y'all slipping. Enqi know better. Enqi know better. But y'all slipping. Go ahead, Queen. Finish off, and then let's pass the mic to Enqi.
Thank you, Senator. You know, I have the paper here, and it's in JSTOR, but I'm going to just pull up an article on this for. Of course, Enqi, he's familiar with this, but a lot of people in the audience are not familiar with it. So if you would just indulge me, let me just bring up this article on it. Again, if I bring the paper up, there's a lot of scientific jargon. It's right here, though, right here in JSTOR. But here is an article on it in the Harvard Gazette. So it says, eating meat led to smaller stomachs, bigger brains. Scholar revisits her theory explaining evolution of early primates into humans. Behind glass cases, Harvard's Peabody Museum of Archaeology displays ancient tools, weapons, clothing, and art. Enough to jar. Okay, so I don't know. I'm reading this for the first time like everyone else. I do want to say this, by the way. My position isn't that vegetables and plants are not essential in our diet. My position is that it is healthy to eat meat and that meat is beneficial. I am dispelling the lie that vegans tell that meat is bad and meat is bad for you and that meat is death. Meat is good for you. And not only is it good for you, your body is designed to eat it. So I just want to reiterate that. But the vulnerable okay, so this is Aiello. She is a paleoanthropologist, paleoanthropologist, Leslie Aiello. So she's a professor for 3 decades, the University College of in London, University College London, president of Manhattan-based winner. Basically, these are her credentials. Okay. Let's see here. But 2 seminal ideas stand out, said Lieberman. One is that that in evolutionary terms, big human brains with enormous energy requirements are inversely proportional to gut size. This idea, called the expensive tissue hypothesis, in Aiello's co-authored 1992 paper, argues that around 1.5 million years ago, early humans began to eat more meat, a compact, high energy source of calories that does not require a large intestinal system. That's another thing, Enqi. I mean, we could go on and on. I don't want this. So basically, this paper is talking about her and what she studied. And I mean, not the paper, that article. And then if you guys do want to see the JSTOR on the study, this is the paper. Okay. The expensive tissue hypothesis, the brain and the digestive system in human and primate evolution, by Leslie Aiello and Peter Wheeler. Those are the 2 who do the study. And also, I didn't mention the caloric intake as well. It was, I guess, from that part. Again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't eat plants. And the word better is not the best word to use. Our bodies, because of evolution, are designed to eat meat. Our bodies digest meat easily. It's not hard for our bodies to digest meat, as vegans they've misled people to believe that meat is hard to digest and plants are easier to digest, when in fact cellulose is harder to digest than a piece of fish. So yes, I am serious. Go ahead. I'm Enqi. So I answered your questions. I'm pretty sure, right? The DHA. Go ahead.
No. Well, you responded to my question, but not necessarily answered it. So here's the thing, because I noticed you saying it, and now you've given it like an analogy to it, saying that the fish are more easily digested than cellulose, right? So the way our bodies are designed, our bodies were never designed around digesting these indigestible plant matter, if you will. So, and it's not just something I'm hearing from you. I've heard from a few other people. And let me just say this. This is where we gotta understand the role, and not like a supplemental thing, but the crucial role that fiber plays in our diets. Fiber is not something that we digest.
You sent me the screen, right, Enqi?
Yes, I'm about to get right to that. But
okay.
But so fiber is not supposed to be digested. Fiber does 2 things largely. A, cleans out the digestive system, and then also it serves as a food source for the microbiome. So fiber is not necessarily for us to digest. Its digestibility does not mean it's not good for us. It's literally good for us because we can't digest it. Like that's the role fiber plays. But I just wanted to show this article real quick, because there's a lot of articles that have come out since that expensive tissue article, and and have debunked various aspects of it. This is one of them. This article right here is on, well, you see the title, No Need to Shrink Guts to Have a Larger Brain. The so-called expensive tissue hypothesis, which suggests a trade-off between the size of the brain and the size of the digestive tract, has been challenged.
Yes.
Researchers have now shown that brains in mammals have grown over the course of evolution without the digestive organs having to become smaller. The researchers have demonstrated that the potential to store fat often goes hand in hand with relatively small brains, except in humans who owe their increased energy intake and correspondingly large brain to communal childcare, better diet, and their ability to walk upright.
Right.
So I'm just saying, like, that's just one example. That's just one example, which is the reason why I was asking for specifics in terms of what nutrients you would
May I respond to that because I've done extensive research.
Let him finish, Napah.
Well, he was asking me a question.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't know you weren't finished. My bad.
No, yeah. So I was just saying that so that that paper is kind of extinct. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But the specifics of me asking about the brain growing is because not only is that paper extinct, but we now know, like, it's popular science on actually what nutrients make the brain grow, and they came from the ocean and not from meats at all.
Okay.
So
now,
also another question I wanted to ask is, can you give us a time period on these different groups of people and where were these studies conducted at? And the reason why I'm asking, let me just say, the reason why I'm asking that is because I have the studies that was done on the tissues from ancient Egypt, and they were eating a largely vegan diet there. And so the reason why I use them as an example is because that's civilization amongst any other group of people demonstrated their brain power. It's not about putting the tape measure and seeing how large your brain is. It's about what you can do with what you got in your skull. So since that society gave us pyramids, and we've also been able to review the tissues, like Diop said, we just go back to the tissues and test the bodies. And we see that they were on a primarily vegan diet. I'm just trying to figure out what group of people this study is coming from, because there is a difference between haplotypes and environmental development. So if you come from a polar environment, right, which is icy and cold, there's not a lot of plants that are growing there. So you have to eat meat to survive in that type of environment, as opposed to being in a lush green environment where the plants are most readily available, right? And so then you have the desert type of environment where you have to scavenge for whatever you can find. So environment has a lot to do with what people are going to eat and survive, and that has a lot to do with how our bodies develop. So environment dictates resources, and then that in turn plays a role in how our bodies develop. And there's scientific papers as well to support, what I'm saying right there. So, I just want you to kind of, address necessarily still the key nutrients besides omega-3s that allow brains to grow, because proteins is not a real thing. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of protein. You have to say which one specifically you're talking about. and then also maybe give us some more insight as to which groups of people this is.
Okay, thank you. Now, could you share with that information that you said yes, this study's being challenged, but it has not been debunked and it's not ancient. Or I think you said it's ancient or something. No, it's not extinct at all. Could you share that paper? Because I want to explain to people the last part. If this paper that you had, I'm going back to the top.
Comment first, Nepal, before I move it.
Oh yeah. Red meat is the number one cause of heart disease. Heart disease is the number one cause of death. Actually, no, that is not true. Stress is the number one cause of heart disease. Grand opening, grand closing. So you can thank you for that donation, though. Red meat, cigarettes, red meat, alcohol, those are definitely, if you are predisposed genetically to being, susceptible to heart disease. We're dealing with Black people especially. This is a whole different conversation. You can shake your head if you want, Enqi, but you're going to agree with me. Wait. Let me finish,
predisposed to red meat?
Brother, I didn't say red meat. I said heart disease. I said heart disease. Right, no, don't jump in. You said a lot. I'm getting ready to clean this up, and then I'm going to clean up what you said when you went all the way from expensive tissue.
I want to address this comment too.
Brother, but it's my turn to talk. Remember?
Come on, you gotta let it go, brother.
So you can address it. Just put a pin in it. Number one, there's something called ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. These are experiences that everyone has in life, but especially Black and Latino, Black first, Black Americans have higher ratings of ACEs. ACEs can be linked to all kinds of heart disease, anything you think of, that's cancers, what else? Autoimmune diseases. You could shake your head. You don't know anything about ACEs then.
Yes, I do. But here's the thing.
Then wait a minute, Enqi, you're not going to, Enqi, don't talk. Just give me a minute. If you're shaking your head,
assume why I'm shaking my head.
You don't know about cortisol. You don't know the link between cortisol and these diseases. Cortisol levels. You don't understand the disease. Because I forgot that you follow Dr. Sebi, and no disrespect to the elder, but it's not about mucus production. It's about inflammation. That's the key. Not the mucus. You don't have to get rid of the mucus. The mucus is secondary. The inflammation is primary. That's the problem. And the inflammation comes first and foremost from stress. And then when you eat things that like red meat, or you drink alcohol, cigarettes, then that exacerbates it. And then you create diseases in your body. Now, like I said, remember I said inflammation. And inflammation comes from stress. ACEs are linked to stress. High cortisol levels are linked to stress. It all goes back to childhood, believe it or not. It goes back to the mind. But you can address this comment later. I'm not saying that heart disease is not high. I'm not saying that heart disease is not, that cardiovascular diseases are not leading causes of death. I went deeper. Like how Enqi says that you can grow your pancreas back. I went deeper and showed you it's not about the heart disease.
No, you can't grow your pancreas back though.
No, there's cells that can reproduce. You can't. What I'm saying is I'm doing deeper science when I address this comment. It's not just, red meat is the reason. Then you can't explain why some people eat steak all their lives and they're absolutely fine and they live to be 99. It's because stress first is the first killer. It's the first cause of heart disease. It's the number one cause. Now, I got that out of the way. I want to go back to what Enqi was saying. If he doesn't want to pull up that article that he brought up saying that's challenged, of course it's challenged. It's challenged by people who don't want to face the facts that meat is okay and the meat has been helpful throughout history, human history. Eating meat is not killing us. It's actually helping us live. When you saw the thing about co-parenting, groups raising children together, That happened after we ate meat, after we became more complex in our brain, in our brain function. After we started eating meat, we started having organized groups. It's already seen in lemurs. You can see it in lemurs. Those are animals that have organized family groups, different primates, bonobos. They eat meat, chimps. Even gorillas eat meat. They eat they eat mice and rodents, small animals occasionally. Now, I'm going to get back to what you were asking me once again. There's iron, the fatty acids, amino acids. These are nutrients that we know help the brain grow. These are nutrients that help the brain grow. Vitamin D. The brain is growing when we get the right diet. That's what the study truthfully is about, having the best diet. The expensive tissue hypothesis was challenged by so many people who hate meat for some reason. These vegans they're enraged that there's information showing that meat helped our brains develop, and that meat is actually a good source of food in our diet. So many people don't want to face that for some reason. I don't know why. Can riddle me this? I'm just going to jump off the scholastic train and get on the petty train. If meat is so bad, why every time you go to buy something vegan, it tastes like bacon, just like beef? Ooh, chicken flavor. If it's so bad, why do we want it to taste like meat all the time? And I'm not talking about people who say, well, I'm a strict vegan. I only do legumes and I only do leafy greens. Most vegans, you go to their restaurant, you've got sandwiches made out of, what's that stuff called? Taipei, that wheat, all kinds of gluten allergies. You've got issues with too much sugar, high carbs. Autoimmune diseases coming forth like Hashimoto's. That's linked to veganism. So I don't want to hear about tell me. No, you tell me why every time I turn around with my clients, when they're vegans, I'm talking about pregnant women, they develop preeclampsia because they're trying so hard not to eat meat. They have low birth weight in their babies. You tell me they can't produce enough breast milk because they don't have a good source of protein in their diet. We're not elephants. We're not gorillas. We're not going to eat pounds and pounds and pounds of spinach, pounds of kale, which, by the way, it's not even the kale today isn't the kale from 4,000 years. Kale wasn't even around 4,000 years ago. It was cabbage, wild cabbage. So all these vegetables that we're talking about, oh, let me find out. We were eating meat and meat is fine. And the expensive tissue hypothesis proves it. About Kemet, that's false information. There was fish consumption, pork consumption. They were eating pork and fish and ducks. They were eating animals.
Let's hear from the minister.
I know they don't. The chat is mad because they tuned in because they're vegans. But I just gave him facts. He asked me to answer a question about Kemet. They were eating ducks. They were eating fowl. Basically, they were eating poultry, and they were eating pigs and fish in Kemet. They weren't vegans.
All right. Let's hear from the minister.
All right. Can we hit the share screen real quick, son? Okay, so this right here, this right here is an article. Dietary factors that affect the risk of preeclampsia. And if we stroll on down in this article here to the highlighted section, high fat, sugar, and salt-rich diets, the MOBA found that a diet characterized by higher intakes of processed meat salty snacks and sweet drinks was associated with increased risk of preeclampsia. We'll move right on from there to this article right here that talks about heme iron from meat and the risk of colorectal cancer. Red meat and processed meat intake is associated with a risk of colorectal cancer, a major cause of death in affluent countries, yada, 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 yada. So there's that. And then, yeah, so there's that. And then, in terms of people not getting the full nutrition, I don't think that that is a plant specific thing. Like, so that right there, what I just showed you were two studies that were meat specific. There are people that are having plant-based lifestyles that are not eating the full spectrum of plants that they need to eat to get their daily nutrients in. But that doesn't have anything to do with saying that plants per se is causing the issue. The issue would be that the person is probably not aware that they can't eat one or two plant items and get all of the nutrients that they would need to get in without eating a wide variety of plants throughout the day or backing that up with supplementation.
Okay. You tell me when I can go.
Go ahead. You got it.
Okay.
But do you have those nutrients that's in the meat that makes the brain grow?
I told you. I said fatty acids.
No. I was
I
saying,
said,
no. But I told you 1,000 times. You keep repeating fatty acids. Omega-3 is not from animals. It comes from plants. The animals
it's still in the meat, though.
No, it is not. It's not intrinsic to meat.
Nobody said anything about intrinsic.
But you are, because you're crediting meat with the action.
Yes.
And you can't credit the meat with something. Hold on. You cannot credit the meat with something that the meat doesn't have. Because you yourself, like Sadnetta, are all animals. So the same way an animal can go and get some plants that are rich in omega-3s and consume them, I can do that. You can do that. Sadnetta can do that. In fact, from the hood, we learned to cut out the middleman. When you cut out the middleman, you have more for yourself. So instead of the animal consuming the DHA and then us consuming the animal, getting what's left over, we could just cut him out and go ahead and get it ourselves.
Right.
So besides DHA, I'm saying, is there a nutrient that's intrinsic to meat, that's only in meat, that's not in plants, that makes brains grow?
Okay, see, that's your question. The study that you're really not arguing with me, you're arguing with the study. The study
I'm arguing with you because you presented the study to validate your point. So
and the point,
the study is your backing for your point. So I'm saying,
and my point is that meat is not bad for, you asked me a question and you said I could go. The study shows you as a vegan teach that meat is bad for us. You as a vegan say that meat kills, like you pulled up that study that I'm about to just address, the preeclampsia. You pulled up a study saying meat is so bad. Look, processed meat. Nobody's talking about beef jerky and bologna sandwiches. Okay? That's like saying grape drink is grapefruit juice or grape juice. I'm not talking about processed meat, but ironically, hear me out, everyone. More vegan food is processed food. So that study is absolutely correct. And I'm going to show you right now, my clients and every woman who is pregnant and has unfortunately tried to follow a vegan diet with all these processed soy products, these meat-like, taste just like chicken products. Let me share my screen right now. Hold on. So I'm saying this, and the study is saying meat is healthy to eat. And the study shows it, that you can eat the meat and it will help your brain grow. I've already pointed out infants with animal products. I know you don't like to hear that, but milk is an animal
breast milk. And why are you saying animal product instead of breast milk? Like,
is milk an animal product?
It's misleading.
Hold on. You are the misleading king. So don't go there.
The misleading king?
You're the misleading.
In which way?
I have a lot of love for you, but you are the misleading king. Okay. Animal product, milk, eggs, cheese. Come on. We know they're animal products. So anyway, so let me share this right here.
Whoa. So all of those are in the same category because they're animal products. So
you just said milk isn't an animal product.
Well, because it's a big difference. Hold on. There's a big difference between a human baby having human milk from its mother versus having milk from a cow, or having cheese, or having any of these other, or having beef, or having, pork, or having any of these other things. There's a huge difference. And when you say animal product, you kind of being disingenuous, lumping them all together.
Okay.
And so that's why I'm saying, what's the difference? And are you aware of what the different colors in your breast milk means?
Enqi, hold on,
I'm just asking you a question.
No, I can get all of that for you. Of course I am. I'm a lactation consultant. But before I answer all these questions, you have so many questions for me, but I was actually talking and you jumped in. But you say, Sonetter says, give him his chance. I'd like to speak. Okay. So I want to leave this on, because I know I got to tattoo it to the brain of a lot of people who thought you just slam dunk something, pulling up an article, which is misleading, saying that processed meat, the article's correct. Processed meat, emphasis on processed meat, which is high in sugar, salt. Yeah. Guess what else is high in sugar and salt? I'll give you a minute. Vegan food. Because these people aren't planting gardens. They're not. They're going to the frozen food section and they're getting all their Morning Star, all their vegan chicken nuggets, the Impossible meats. Let's be real. And then they throw a side salad and some rice, which is high in carbs, high in sugar, the rice. So you've got this processed food that you eat every day, getting high blood pressure, high sugar levels. I'm sorry, what does this article say on Healthline? Eating vegan diet in pregnancy is linked to what I said it's linked to, Enqi. This is my lane. Preeclampsia and low birth weight. Let me read the article a little bit so I can rub it in. A new study shows women who follow vegan diets during pregnancy may have a greater risk of developing preeclampsia and giving birth to babies with low birth weight. Getting enough nutrients for a pregnant person and baby can be challenging when food choices are limited due to dietary restrictions. Important nutrition considerations on plant-based diets include fruits and vegetables, complex carbohydrates, plant-based proteins, healthy fats, and hydration. Yay! They're not doing that.
But I said early on in the conversation that
you won't let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. I thought you stopped.
No. Listen, you tried to come in and say I was misleading about the preeclampsia and the low birth weight. No, I'm not. It's a fact. These women are not. They're not planting gardens. Look, I love vegetables. My favorite food is cabbage. But I like steak. And steak is good for me. It's really good. And what's better than steak? Beef steak, salmon steak, salmon skin. It doesn't matter what you keep saying, but that animal eats the animal has the DHA. The mother's milk has the DHA. It has the fatty acids that the baby needs. My point is, you have to look at the fact that you cannot say, oh, these animal products are all bad. I'm not trying to see over sensationalized articles and vegan propaganda about, oh, the rotting, putrefying flesh in the gut and you're dying. No, you can die from eating. In fact, you will get very sick if you do not eat a correct vegan diet. And very many, it's common, I'm going to say this clearly, it's common for vegans to be sick. It's common. It's so, yes, Enqi, we all know that when you keep saying, but what about the DH, the omega-3s coming from the plant source? It's not going to be able to rival a piece of fish on the plate and a pile of romaine. A pile of romaine on the plate. I'm gonna stand by this. A pile of romaine on the plate cannot rival the the omega-3s, the DHA, the fatty acids. Let me just say that. The fatty acids in a piece of fish and the proteins and all the nutrients that come. If you want to survive, you're going to eat that fish and you're going to survive longer than eating the pile of romaine on your plate. And again, I'm going to land my plane and say this. These are new vegetables. Listen carefully. The ones who are hating. 4,000 years ago, just 4,000. He said in Kemet, we didn't have broccoli and kale. We didn't have any of that. It didn't exist. Didn't exist. So I'm not saying vegetables are bad. I love vegetables, but meat is good. And we should eat meat in whichever, like how you said, it depends on the person's diet. You have to gauge it to your diet, just like gorillas do. They eat an occasional rat. Okay? Deer they grow this membrane on their antlers and they eat that flesh. So I'm just doubling down. Meat is not bad for you. Meat is good for you. And I think you even agreed with me at the beginning of this. I'm not saying that we shouldn't eat vegetables, but I know we would survive better. We'd survive longer. If there was a choice between eating vegetables or meat, we'd survive longer eating meat. That's all.
Okay. So, you said quite a few things. So for the record, since the article does not address the actual nutrients that make your brain grow, right? The nutrients that make your brain grow are omega-3s. Yes, omega-3s are involved, right? But it's more so choline and iodine, right? It's more so choline and iodine. So those are all from the plant-based sources, right? So there's that, right? But then I'm trying to figure out a way to address this idea of you saying that the red meat and alcohol can only contribute to heart disease if the person has traumatic experiences in their childhood. That was so crazy. I don't even know how to formulate a question for that.
I said stress.
Okay, so stress. You made a big deal about saying the ACEs, and then
ACEs
when I was shaking my head, hold on, because this is my goal. When I was shaking my head and smiling, you made the assumption of what I was shaking my head about, and then filled my mouth up with a whole bunch of ideas Oh yeah, you shaking your head. That means you're saying this, and that means you're thinking that, and that means this and this and this. No, the only thing me shaking my head means is that I'm shaking my head, right? That's it. You can't infer or imply what you think I'm saying, or what you think I mean by it. What I was thrown off by is because even if you say first, you used ACEs, right?
Yes,
And
ACEs.
you specifically reference these childhood traumatic experiences in regard to the red meat and alcohol leading to
No,
heart.
in regard to heart disease, not red
Right.
meat and alcohol. No, I
Okay.
didn't say. I said it's linked to heart disease.
Okay. So are you saying that the red meat does not contribute to heart disease?
I didn't say, remember I said it
No,
does.
I'm just asking
Yes,
clearly right now, though.
no,
Does red meat contribute to
red meat
heart disease?
exacerbates it. What we would say, for lack of better terms, it would exacerbate an already underlying issue.
Okay, so if there's no already underlying issue, can red meat create the issue?
If there's no underlying issue, eating red meat will not give you heart disease. No.
And it won't contribute either.
If there is an underlying issue, red meat will
No issue. If
contribute
there's
to an
no
illness.
issue, if there's no issue, no stress, there's no issue,
If
right?
there's
Because
no,
stress, listen, if stress, let me say this, because if stress becomes a get out of jail free card, every single human that's alive and every single animal that's alive experiences stress. So if we're going to say that if, clearly the reason that people are having issues with red meat is because there's also stress. So because there's stress with the red meat, then there's issues. If we're going to add stress, like literally, we could say that crack cocaine is nutritious for people and it doesn't bother them except for the stress. If there's stress there, then crack could be dangerous. If not,
crack,
then,
crack isn't a food.
So I'm just making a point to say that saying that stress,
yes,
is the necessary catalyst for something to be damaging to the body is disingenuous.
No, it isn't. It's scientific.
No. I didn't say that stress is not a cofactor. I didn't say that high cortisol levels is not a cofactor in a wide risk of diseases. But what I'm saying is stress is a baseline factor in all humans and all animals' lives. So you cannot separate stress from any situation that goes on. Stress is a cofactor in somebody having a driving accident because their mind might not be completely focused on what they're doing while they're driving their car. But what I'm trying to tell you is that does not take red meat off the hook because you're saying stress because it's clear that and I just showed you about heme iron. If you're not sure what heme iron is, that's iron.
I know what heme iron is. Come on, don't insult me.
Okay, well, I'm just saying. And also,
but you didn't know what the expensive tissue hypothesis was until you Googled it today.
The expensive. First of all, I didn't need to Google that. That's like 30 years old. That's number one. Number two.
Yeah, and it's still relevant.
Hold on, it's not. But here's the thing. When you make these comparisons saying that even gorillas eat a rat every so often and baboons and bonobos and all this and all that, have you ever looked at the size of a human brain compared to those animals that you named?
Well, bonobos are very similar. Their brains are very similar to humans. So which one are you talking about? The gorillas? Yeah, their brains are, but we have a lot of similarities with the bonobo as far as our neurological system.
Okay, but we're talking about brain size.
Well, brain size, obviously humans have bigger brains, but we're talking also about brain function, aren't we?
And you saying that bonobos have similar brain function to humans?
They have their brain tissue similarities. They have cognitive. They have cognitive. I'm answering your question. They have similarities.
Can a bonobo like build a laptop or a cell phone?
Given if you put a bonobo in the right circumstance, the bonobo will perform. You can laugh if you want, but this is science. I mean, it's funny that you're laughing, but you say we can grow our pancreas back.
Hold on. So hold on. So here's the thing. How about we do this?
That's ironic that you're laughing at real science.
Okay, so hold on. Because I see that you keep trying to throw that out there.
No, but you do say that, don't you?
Oh, okay. Hold on.
I'm just asking, I remember doing an interview or listening to you do a show, and you were really, it was interesting, compelling, but nonetheless, you said we could grow our pancreas back. And yes, there is some evidence that there's regenerative,
don't take your statement back. Hold on. Don't take back your statement because you're trying to ridicule. You're trying to ridicule it, and you keep trying to use it as a punchline. So don't try to put a Band-Aid or two-way juncture in it. You on that side of the argument. Stay on that side.
You can't get, because I want people to know.
Hold on. So when I pull up the science, when I pull up the science, then we just deal with it like that. Don't try to put a two-way.
No, we're going to deal with it truthfully. You said I'm misleading. Hold on, brother. I was talking. Enqi is going to show you that, yes, in a petri dish, you can see that there's reproduction of pancreatic cells. It's far from regrowing an entire pancreas.
But,
now,
okay, hold on. Do you have me? Wait, do you have me on video anywhere?
We got Alkaline City in the building, baby. We got Alkaline City in the building.
Alkaline City is in the building. XRP's going to 100 million.
So do you have me on video anywhere saying that you could regrow a whole pancreas, or do you have me talking about specific cells inside the pancreas? I just want to know
well, you know what? I'm not gonna. I see it's sensitive for you, but you were alluding.
It's not sensitive. Stop playing these word games. Yes or no? Do you have me on video anywhere saying that you could regrow a whole pancreas or specific cells in the pancreas? Yes or no?
You alluded to in the misleading way.
Did I say anywhere on video that you could regrow a whole pancreas? Yes or no?
Are you going to let me answer it?
It's a yes or no answer. Yes or no?
No, it's not a yes or no answer because you were misleading the crowd. Do you have me on
video anywhere saying that you could regrow a whole pancreas?
You were
so for the record,
you were making people believe that they could grow their pancreas back.
No, I was not, because I was speaking specifically about beta cells inside the pancreas.
Got it.
I was speaking specifically about beta cells inside the pancreas.
Well,
This is misleading of you to try to make people think or say something otherwise. And this is you doing exactly what you don't want to be done to you.
All right, then. I don't want to make you upset, but you did do that.
Don't put words in my mouth and don't try to say things that you can't back up. Here you got to source up.
Well,
so can you prove I said any? No, you did not. You just made a statement.
So you didn't talk about the regeneration of the pancreas?
No, I did not. I clarified it just now, and I challenged you to prove otherwise. I said specifically I was speaking to beta cells in the pancreas, and I went further to say that you cannot pull up any video anywhere of me saying that you can regrow a whole pancreas.
Okay, well, you were discussing diabetes, and you were telling the people that you have compelling scientific information
that you can regrow the beta cells. Correct.
Yeah. There you go. But see, I understand the science, but people would hear that and think, wow, I can regrow my pancreas. You just said it.
No, they wouldn't. No, they would not.
You just said what you said.
Hold on. Okay, they would think, if they're listening to me and they hear me say that there's science that says you can regrow beta cells, they would think that I'm saying
in the pancreas
you can regrow beta cells. Hold. No, why would they think? See, now that's you insulting the intelligence of the listening audience. That's you disrespecting the viewers, because
they don't know. I'm not disrespecting them.
It is, because you're saying that they're not.
Everybody isn't doing science. Some people are doing other things. They're doing.
What you're saying is that the audience is not smart enough that when I say regrow beta cells, that they're gonna hear me say beta cells and not go, oh wait, he said beta cells, but he really meant this, or he really meant that.
Yeah, because the audience, everyone isn't in the audience isn't doing science. They're doing.
They don't need to do. They don't need to.
Why do you keep cutting me off when I talk?
Because I'm talking and you're cutting in. So
you stopped talking.
Okay, go ahead.
You sure? Because you asked me. I'm responding. You're trying to mislead the audience right now, and you're pandering to them. Everybody isn't in the audience studying science. They're very intelligent people. We have doctors, lawyers, we have technicians, we have artists, we have chefs. Everybody's not going to hear you say beta cells can be regenerated in the pancreas, and they're going to think, oh, he's not talking about regrowing the pancreas. So don't act like I'm insulting the people. I mean, anyway, I forgot what we were talking about. We were going to talk, the brain. Oh, you were asking me about the bonobo. The bonobo can do several different, they can complete several different tasks that we as humans can accomplish, that we can do. We see them using tools. It's kind of like they're in their Stone Age right now. So they're using tools. They can cook. They can play video games. They play Minecraft. So the answer is yes. So, and I didn't listen.
Actually, if they could build a smartphone. So playing the game, pressing the buttons. Hold on, pressing the buttons is different than building the actual game. Can they build a game?
The answer is because I can't build a smartphone, and I don't think anybody on this panel can. But directed, so you're not catching the full science. With direction and with training, that is possible. Why do we know that, Enqi? Because they've been trained to play Minecraft. They've been trained to start fires. They've been trained to put out fires. They've been trained to cook. They've been trained to drive. They've been trained to talk. They've been trained to read. So if we know that they have that ability, they have the cognitive ability to take instruction. And yes, basically they would be able to build a smartphone with instruction. As I said, I don't know how to build a smartphone, neither do you, unless we have instruction. So they have exhibited the behavior and they have completed and accomplished tasks that prove that they could possibly do what humans do, which build smartphones, cook dinners. And listen, can somebody please time out Cosmon Cal? Because for some reason, every time he's over here, he has something to say negative about me. Time him out, or I can go in the chat and time him out too. I'm going to time him out for 5 minutes. Don't say anything about me, Cosmon Cal. Okay, unless you want to get up here and get your waspy ass kicked. You praise the Bible by the slave master. Okay, and Enqi, I have a lot of love and respect for you. We're just in a little heated argument right here, but at least I respect Enqi. I don't respect anybody who worships a God that a white man created, especially not the slave master. Now, anyway, back to the build.
Oh, yo, let me get my brother up in here, man. We gotta get Alkaline City in here now.
Go ahead.
His name is on the title. So Alkaline City, how much did you watch, brother? Yeah, his name is in the title.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Alkaline City's name is in the title. I'm in the building.
No, you put
What's
Vegan
up?
City.
Vegan Alkaline.
You put Vegan City.
Alkaline Vegan City. That's my new name. Now, what's up, Enqi? Sister Napah, I'm glad to share a panel with you guys. You guys are two of the most intelligent people in the HOK. So, I really do appreciate it. This is a very this conversation, it's a very well needed conversation, especially for nowadays. Okay. I want to start this conversation before I start throwing out screen shares and so forth and so on. We are suffering, in our communities, the Hispanic and the Black community, the urban communities, the hip hop communities, the hood communities. We're suffering. We're suffering from deficiency.
I know too. He believed in flat Earth too.
Hollow Earth, yes, Hollow Earth. I'm a Hollow Earther. So we're suffering from deficiencies in the communities, you know, and obesity, cancer, diabetes, sickle cell anemia, lupus, AIDS, right? These are the deficiencies we're suffering from. If you go into all the schematics about what we eat, our deficiencies come from 100% of what we consume. Okay, we come from an alkaline state. What is an alkaline state? An alkaline state is the creator state. That's our God state. You know, our bodies can go into two forms. You either can be in an alkaline state, in God state, our creator state, our most high state, or you can be in a state of Satanism, a state of demonism, which is an acidic state. Okay. God state is 7.0 and above on a pH scale. The devil state is 6.9 and below. Okay. We can go into, you know, the immaculate conception of all of this. You know, we can go into the actual, you know, the Bible text, and we can go into when Satan gave Eve an apple, or so-called, it wasn't an apple. They try to perceive it as the apple because they always want the apple to be the demon fruit. So they put the apple in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. They put the apple in all of these, right, so-called Disney movies to demonize the apple. So Satan gave Eve the forbidden fruit. And when she consumed the forbidden fruit, it said her eyes went wide, like she got high. This was the first time of our body, the human body, consuming what is so-called acid, right? Something that was acidic, that was non-natural to our environment. Okay, these acids, when the purpose of living, right, and consuming is to feed our cells. Our cells, they are basically these little combustions of electrical energy, and the mitochondria has an explosion. The mitochondria is the brain of the cell. And when it has this implosion, it sends out an electrical current through your artery, through your vein. From your vein, it goes into your heart, your lungs, your brain, you know, all of your bodies come to life because of the electrical currents that are going from your cells into your organs. That's one. Okay. So when we consume, hold on a second. I'm a land. I'm not going to be that long-winded. So when we consume to feed our cell. Okay. So that our cell can continuously have this little combustion of electrical current to get dispensed to our organs. Okay. When we consume things that are acidic, they kill our cell. They do not feed our cell, and they cause deficiency to our cells and our body. What type of things are acidic? There's uric acid. Uric acid comes from meat. Lactic acid comes from unnatural species, right? It'll come from a natural species, but a species other than a human. So because our bodies produce uric acid, hold on a second. Our bodies produce uric acid and lactic acid, but this is a specific uric acid that is produced in our bodies to digest food. The same thing with lactic acid. It's naturally produced in our systems. The lactic acid that we're given is from a different species. It's from a cow. A cow is man-made. A cow is grafted by man. A cow is not natural. The original cow is called the wild ox. So if you're not getting natural meat from a wild ox and you're getting it from the cow, your beef, even if it's Wagyu or whatever, you're getting grafted meat that was made from a grafted animal. The chicken as well. The original chicken is called the wild fowl, right? The wild fowl, you cannot get a wild fowl nowadays. You get this grafted, hybridized version of the wild fowl. You know, you get this chicken, right? So, but all meat even if it's chicken, or beef, causes uric acid. Uric acid is the leading cause to gout, heart disease, lung disease, clogged arteries, clogged brain tissues, so forth and so on, right? So carbonic acid comes from fake wheat. When we don't eat natural wheat and we eat fake pasta, brown rice pasta, semolina pasta, these wheats that are not natural, they're not spelt, they're hybridized. It's not kamut, Eurasian wheat, which is it's an Egyptian wheat. These are natural wheats, but we're not consuming spelt, we're not consuming kamut, and we're going to the semolinas or the brown rice pastas and all these other fake wheat pastas. It causes something called carbonic acid. Carbonic acid is another detriment to cell deficiency and a loss to oxygen in our bloods, oxygen in our brains, neurological disorders, ADD, ADHD, Alzheimer's, so forth and so on. So, and then the last but not least is the lactic acid. We are always consuming cheese. We're consuming milk. The milk comes, like I said, if we were to consume milk, we can consume breast milk from our own species. But when we go outside of our species to consume this lactosis that gets into our body, that eventually turns into a lactic acid, it's because the molecular structure from the DNA of the cow is not, it doesn't coincide with the molecular structure of the DNA from the human. So we are eating.
I gotta stop you. I gotta.
I'm gonna let you go right now. I just want to say right here, we are just eating foods that are acidic, that are not alkaline to our body, that are not feeding our cells, and that are causing electrical dysfunctions in our body, as opposed to gaining electrical currents and voltage to keep our organs alive. I digress.
Okay. Cool. Bro, almost everything you said was incorrect.
I can prove everything I said. I can prove everything I said. And you just tell me where I'm incorrect and I'll prove it to you.
Okay. You said that.
Oh, wait, hold on. I just want to let you know, before you start with me, I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. You don't know who you're talking to, my man. I will really spank you. And before I embarrass you cold-heartedly, my man, learn what you're about to tell me and what you're about to ask me, and make sure that you're correct before you get embarrassed. Now start with your first where I'm incorrect so we can start there.
Okay. I am not one of them. I got a new question. This wasn't one of my questions, but after that little tirade there, I would like you to elaborate on what is one of them.
You know who's one of them? One of these people that come up on the panel and you act like you could so-called banter them and you can, outwitty them with your so-called intelligence, well, whatever you make of it. And if you think that's going to happen, by you trying to second guess and question any of my authority, trust me, I got everything configured. I'll pull up, I'll screen share, and I'm always ready, my brother. So if you want to get embarrassed, we can go.
Okay.
That's if you're against me. I don't know if you're against me or not. I'm with the alkaline community. I represent, an alkaline lifestyle. But if you're on my side, but you're looking to go against me and you want to do that, I'll embarrass you that way too. Okay. I've been doing this for years, my brother. Learn who I am before you try to. I'm telling you, don't embarrass yourself.
Okay. Well, listen, here's the thing. When you say doing this for years, right? I could respect that, but you haven't been doing it long enough to actually have a side. So by you saying that you're teaching alkaline,
you don't know how long I've been doing this. So You're just misjudging once again. I said, stay in your lane, my brother. Say what you know. Don't step out of line, because I'm telling you, I will embarrass you. I'm 45 years old, my man. Okay, I've been doing this since I was 21 years old. 45. Add another what? 24 onto that.
Hold on. You've been
24 years onto that.
Hold on. When you say you've been doing this for 24 years,
I've been in the alkaline community for 24 years. Yes, sir.
Hold on. You're saying that you've been teaching this science for 24 years, or you've been eating plants for 24 years? What you saying? You've been teaching for 24 years?
If you want to go into the science of how long I've been teaching,
how long you been teaching?
About 15 of those 24.
Okay, so let's go to what the first statement that you said was, that our cells are combustion engines. Did you say combustion engines, or that the cells are little combustion units? I just want to go part by part to make sure that I don't say anything that, I don't want to misspeak. So did you, because what I heard you say was that our cells are mitochondria, which combust, and when they combust, electricity goes from the cell into our arteries and veins.
I could elaborate what I said.
No.
I said our cells are little combustion chambers. Okay, when you feed your cell, you feed the mitochondria, and the mitochondria has an implosion, and that's the combustion of the mitochondria. That's what disperses the electricity from the cell out into the artery. Do you know what the arteries are? The arteries are your veins.
Okay, hold on.
I'm just letting you know that. But do you know what is in the?
Bro, you gotta relax. I know you excited to be here, but you gotta relax.
No, I'm not excited to be here. I'm just trying to correct you.
Hold on. Listen.
I'm trying to correct you.
No, listen.
Before you step out of line,
bro, you gotta relax.
I don't gotta relax. I am relaxed. I'm very calm.
Arteries and veins are not the same thing.
An artery is a vein. An artery is a vein, my friend. Look it up. How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet on it?
Look. So I'll let you have that. We'll move on from there. Artery is a vein.
Oh, you want to let me have that? No, just let the people know. Arteries are veins. You're wrong. I'm right. Number two, what makes up the inside of an artery that's living in your body?
Okay, hold on.
What are the parts that are flowing through your artery?
Sir, let's stick with the mitochondria.
No. Because you want to bring up the artery, and then you just made a misconjuncture by saying that the arteries are not veins. Yeah, a misconjunction on what you just said, saying the arteries are not a vein. Now you're saying, I'll let you. Now I said, yes, they are. Now that you really researched and thought into your head, well, the arteries are veins. You said, I'll let you have that. So you're not going to let me have anything, my friend. I'm going to let you continue on to going into this artery spill, because now that we know it's a vein, what flows through this vein? Go ahead, really fast. What's in the vein? What flows through the vein? Blood. I'll give you one. Blood. What else?
Sir.
What else? Cells number two. Cells number two. What else? What else feeds the cells that's in the blood? What else feeds the cells that's in the blood? You're trying to look it up? Platelets. Do you know what the platelets are? Yes. The cell's little friends. They flow in the blood. So, and what is the blood called? What is the blood called that flows through the vein? What is the name of it? Mr. Enqi, you're so smart. What is the name of the blood? Plasma, my friend. So we got arteries, which are veins. We got the blood, which is plasma. We got the cells, right, which are red and white blood cells. And then we got the platelets, which feed the cells. Okay. What else other than, or you can go ahead, Miss Napah, you could go ahead.
Okay, so do you know, Alkaline City, that Enqi is
I know very well who Enqi is, but he's not on my level.
Finish my sentence.
I apologize.
He's on this panel. He's a vegan as well. He's pro-veganism.
Yeah, I know he's just trying to go against me, but I don't know why if he's pro-vegan and he's on my side. But I'm just letting him know that he's talking to the wrong one. That whatever you got, brother, you better make sure you're on my side. If you're against me, you're gonna have a hard time, very hard time. And I'm showing him that right now because I'm dealing with him. So what's up, my brother? What's next? What's next on your agenda of let's question Alkaline City to see how smart he is?
Bro, you just showing that you
Blah blah blah
belligerent.
blah blah. Duh, duh.
Let him
That's what comes out
speak,
your mouth,
brother. Alkaline, let him speak, please.
bro. That's not speaking. That's sagging. Word
Okay, take a
sagging.
deep breath and let's keep this in order. Let's keep this a good build. So go ahead, Enqi. I think Sonetter stepped away. So
The
let him.
brother just showing that he's belligerent. That's all he's doing.
No, I'm just showing that you just want to
don't
try
have
to
time for this. I'm gonna be
you
honest.
try to demean me
What we
with
doing
the
here,
first
champ?
word, and you cannot do it, my brother. You try.
Alkaline, let him have let him respond, brother.
No.
Could you
Listen,
mute out for a second?
Yeah, I got him.
listen. He just want to just keep talking over me because he's seen enough videos to know how this thing looks. So
I've seen enough videos to know that you're a super clown, and I wasn't up here to clown you. I was actually up here, and I was gonna.
No name calling, brother, please. On both sides, on all sides. There's absolutely
him a
no
name.
calling.
So, can I jump inside?
If I said clown, I didn't mean to say that.
Yes, go ahead, Amon Ra.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? Peace to the channel. Peace to the chat.
Peace.
Sister Napah, Enqi.
going
Brother
on,
Alcon, I want to say I appreciate your build, your scholarship, brother, but you are incorrect when it comes to arteries and veins. Arteries are vessels that carry blood away from the heart, and veins carry blood back to the heart. Two separate systems, totally. So when you say that, you make yourself look, let's just say, uninformed. So don't let nobody else hear you say that because you're completely wrong, and then you just dig yourself a deeper and deeper ditch. Because
Brother, you're completely brother. Our artery is listen.
Alkaline, you gotta let him.
You gotta listen.
You can't cut people off, brother.
Yeah, just let me finish because I'm cutting the grass and doing this with my kids. I'm finna go and let you rock. But arteries leave the left side of the heart with oxygenated blood and nutrients and carry that to the body. After that's used up, that deoxygenated blood and used up nutrients return to the right side of the heart via the veins. Those are two separate systems, brother. So when you jump down somebody's throat and call them, clowns, and then you say that, you are actually the clown. I'm just letting you know you're incorrect completely. So you might want to stop.
Okay,
that.
now I can correct you, my brother. No, I am not incorrect. Arteries are veins. Okay.
No.
Now, if you're trying to talk about specific, I want to go into the heart artery. What about the lung artery? Okay, now you're looking. Now you're trying. Now you're trying to look for. Now you.
We gotta stop this. Sonetta, we have to stop this. I understand, Si. Let me just say this to you, Si.
Go ahead.
I understand that you like to bring on new guys and all that.
Brother, don't try to put me down, brother. Let the science speak for it, bro.
Okay.
Understand? Let your scholarship speak for it. Don't try to demean me because it don't matter if I'm new. You're old, brother, and I'm older than you, but you're still old. You understand?
You're wrong, brother. You're wrong, though.
Try not to put the brother down. Just drop the knowledge, Enqi. Go ahead.
No, Si, you don't, Si. This is not about putting nobody down, but there's a difference between. Listen, I've seriously been doing this for decades. Amon-Ra McCarthy. This is what he do. Amon-Ra McCarthy, real quick for the people, once again for the 1,000th time. Can you tell these people what your expertise is, who you are exactly?
I'm a registered respiratory therapist. I specialize in cardiopulmonary therapy. I also teach pulmonary therapy at a college.
So this is what I'm saying, Si. When you just pulling guys up and the brother's saying the heart artery, the lung artery, and he wants to argue with us and say that veins are arteries and all this kind of stuff, it really is detracting from, because me and Napah was going at it, but you know, we was at a certain level with the conversation. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to the brother, but this ain't it, bro.
He's talking right now. He doesn't know he's muted.
Okay. Alkaline City. First, let me say this, brother. You know, this is a really very tough environment. And yeah, people don't play over here, brother. So you can't get upset and get mad if you're wrong. Sometimes it's all right to say, you got that one, my bad. Because we not
Mic check, mic check. Oh, no, I'm not mad, Side Nutter. This ain't a tough environment. I'm not in a tough situation right now. I'm in a very light situation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
With light work right now. So they want to try to undermine what I'm saying. I'll pull it up right now. Veins are arteries.
There you go.
So,
there you
yeah,
go.
you want.
Please,
We're gonna have to start screen sharing. That's what we're gonna have to start doing.
There you go.
Let me screen share for you guys.
Okay, well, while you screen sharing,
Yeah, go ahead.
I can understand what you mean. They're both vessels, but
Right.
there are two totally different vessels, bro. They're not the same thing, and they are intertwined by what you call capillaries at the tissue level. They are two different things, bro. So you need to just make sure you say, okay, you're wrong. I'm wrong on that. Let me specify what I mean, because when you say veins are arteries, you are incorrect. Bottom line, brother, and it's okay, but you're wrong on that. You know, you in some deep water with me and Enqi when it comes to that. Now, the alkaline thing, that's your lane. You know what I'm saying? There are some alkaline and base excess in the blood that I don't think you probably know. But when it comes to the products in the water, that's your lane. But when it comes to arteries and veins, whatever you look up right now, you will not find nothing that says arteries are veins. I will give you $500 if you can screenshot a sentence from anybody.
First of all,
saying that arteries are veins.
No, excuse me, Pastor. No, you mean any reputable scientific source. Don't say anybody.
True that.
Listen. Okay. Because I don't know where this conversation is going with arteries and veins anyway. I just want to figure out where are you going with arteries and veins?
Pull up your source, Alkaline. Let's get it, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up sources. I'm pulling up a whole bunch of sources right now because I'm ready for the smoke. But
you're not gonna pull that one up. You won't pull that one up. You'll
trust me,
stuff, but you can pull that one up, brother.
Oh, I'm gonna pull up all of them.
That's just like saying the sun is the moon. That's just like saying that, bro. That's two different things.
Listen,
two different things.
Not only when I pull them up, right? Not only when I pull it up, right? I'm just trying to figure out where's this conversation going with arteries and veins anyway.
I don't know. I just heard you saying that, and I had to correct you.
We know this is where blood flows. We know that this is where cells flow. We know that this is what carries oxygen into your organs.
But that's enough. Now, hold on right there. Veins don't do that. Arteries do that.
What's wrong?
Arteries do that. Veins don't carry blood to your system. Arteries do that, brother. Veins carry old blood back to the heart so that it can pass through the lungs to get reoxygenated to go back to the left side of the heart and back to the body again through the aorta. That is an artery. So there are two different vessels, bro. I'm just saying, I don't have no problem with you, but they are two different vessels. Totally. Let me might as well stop looking for that.
No. Let me screen share right now. Because you guys are just talking way too much.
All right, well, I'm gonna let y'all have that one. Si, I appreciate y'all being on the panel. He talking about another.
I'm in Rob McCarthy.
Yeah, he talking about something that's not human. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Okay, something that's not human. As my screen shares up.
Sharing, brother. Let's go.
Okay. Let's see if you guys know how to read. Arteries and veins, also called blood vessels. Okay, so they're the same thing. They're called blood vessels. And what do? They are tubes of muscle that your blood flows through. He just said blood doesn't flow through the arteries and only the arteries, not the veins. But arteries and veins, also called blood vessels, are tubes of muscle that your blood flows through. You fucking degenerates.
Wow.
Oh, I apologize. I
Wow.
apologize, Sinetta, but they needed that one. They needed that
No,
one.
actually, brother,
Bro.
you are.
Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
What are we
Oh wait,
doing
I
with
was
this
just
shit?
wrong. I was just wrong, but I just showed you I'm right.
Alkaline.
No, you're
Artery,
not.
artery,
No, you
and the
just showed us.
vein
Whoa,
are the
Stop.
same
Mute
Excuse
exact.
me.
Stop. Mute
Excuse
this
me.
guy for a second. You just showed us that you cannot read good, brother. That did not say that arteries are veins. That said that arteries and the word was and. Arteries and veins are vessels. It did not say arteries are veins, which are vessels. It said arteries, which is one thing,
Is that
and hold on, relax, young man, and veins are blood vessels. Then, if you finish reading that paragraph,
that's not what it says, my brother?
hold on,
I'm gonna
that
pull it up
paragraph,
again.
sir, you gotta stop
One mic.
talking while I'm talking.
No, because you're lying about what it says. That
If I'm lying, then when I finish talking, you can prove that I'm lying.
Yeah, you can't speak while the other one's speaking, brother. It's one mic, y'all. Come on.
Yeah,
And no,
because I'm not going to do this for that much longer, Sal. This is foolishness. Look, so again, now that this on the screen, I can read it right there. See, it says arteries and veins. Nobody's lying on you. Nobody's lying on you or to you, young man. It says arteries and veins, and meaning two different things. That's why the word "and" is there. Arteries and veins are blood vessels. I said that, and so did Amon-Ra McCarthy. Both of us said they're vessels, but they are not the same. If you would continue to read, it says arteries carry blood away from
same
the heart.
exact thing. Arteries are.
Hold
It says
on.
arteries
Stop
and
talking.
veins.
Stop talking over me.
one mic.
It says,
You're gonna be able to go right after he finished.
it says just what Amon-Ra McCarthy said to us, that arteries carry blood away from the heart to the rest of the body, while veins push back the blood to your heart.
That
These
is
is
what
so-
Ross said. Yeah, he said
That's
that.
right.
That's a
This
fact.
is that, and that's why I'm saying this guy is not only wrong, but he's wrong and strong. Now, the other things that he said don't even exist. There is no lung artery. There is no heart artery. Those are things that people make up when they don't actually know the anatomy.
No, I first of all, hold on for a second. First of all, what I said was when you're calling out, because he called out a specific artery. I said, so call out your organ arteries, your heart arteries, your lung arteries, and so forth and so on. That's what I said. That's what I said. Now, if we get back into
So,
what is,
calm down and
if
have
we
a
get,
conversation, or
if we
what?
get back
I'm just
into
asking
what
you
is
a question
screen,
right now.
hold on for a
Do
second.
you
No,
wanna
no.
calm down. Hold on. Do you want to calm down and be a part of this conversation, or you want to keep behaving like you've been behaving?
I want you to mute up because I already muted up, and let me get off
So with
what
that
I'm
being
saying.
said, listen. Nepal, we got to do another one.
Let me get off what I'm saying,
Stop.
because you know I'm gonna embarrass you. You scared to get embarrassed. You scared to get
Bro, you
embarrassed, my
already
friend.
embarrassed yourself, and I don't
No,
even have time for this.
you're embarrassing yourself. Let's get back to what.
All right, Enqi, don't go nowhere, brother.
No.
listen,
I'm out. I'm not. I don't do this kind of thing right here, bro. This
Because
is
he's
way
unruly a little bit.
This is
The
way
guy is
beneath.
Alkaline, I'm gonna have to let you go. You're gonna have to come do your own show, brother. You gotta come do your own show. Cause
Yeah.
I don't want no disruption going on right now. Enqi, this is a perfect opportunity to teach though, brother, and to sharpen up. That's what I'm saying, Enqi. To stay.
You gotta see. Stop.
Like,
Stop. There is no. All right. Now that he's gone, you could take that off the screen. Listen to what I'm telling you, Sal. It's no such as thing as sharpen up with that guy. Everything he said was absolutely incorrect. The only thing he did was mix in a few buzz, like things that would make people want to buy something, or things that would speak to people that don't know anything. Like you saying a bunch of incorrect science, and then you throw in, because you know the meat's producing acid, and so people are familiar with hearing that from Dr. Sebi and other people. So that might lead them to believe you know what you're saying. But everything that he said about the body was incorrect. He said that mitochondria explodes. And when mitochondria explodes, electricity flies out of your cell into the artery. So listen to what I'm saying. It's no way to sharpen up with that or do nothing with that. The only thing that guy could do is actually be a student, man. That's not nobody I could argue with. I can't sharpen up with him. Now I can sharpen up with Napah. Me and Napah can sharpen up. We can get in here and spar. You know, she gonna hit me, I'm gonna hit. We can do something because we closely in tune with the information. But him coming in saying mitochondria explode and then electricity goes into the arteries, and then arteries and veins are the same thing. And then I'm a clown because I'm not agreeing with him, and I better watch out because he's not one of them. And bro, I don't even need to present no information to prove that he's one of them. He is one of them. He came in here and said the craziest stuff of all time. Like, that ain't no health information. I feel sorry for the people that's listening to that as health information. Your mitochondria do not explode. Okay? like we got to stop this. Your mitochondria don't explode, and electricity does not fly out of the cell into the artery. Like, sorry, that's all just all bad. That's
but
all
bad. The cold part was he came in and said, "Oh, Enqi, you're so smart. You're the most amazing person in the HOK and Napah." Remember, that's the first thing he said. Mm-hmm. Say you're the smartest person on the HOK.
And then went right to you clown and this and that and F this and F that and I'm correct and y'all are wrong. And I'm like, wait, brother, I'm Ron McCarthy. Can you let the people know your credentials again? Well, you know, I'm a college professor, and I'm like, wait, what are we doing right now? Then he said lactic acid is coming from the beef and this and that. Like, young man, I know enough to know where you're making your errors and where they came from. And some of it may be passion, but you got to relax, especially when you're in the presence of greatness, man. Like, what he was talking about is lactate or lactose, rather, from sugar. He's talking about milk sugar, which is lactose. That's not the same as lactic acid. Lactic acid is produced in your muscles when you exercise. That don't have nothing to do with whether you eat meat or not. Whether you eat meat or not, your muscles are going to produce lactic acid. Carbonic acid comes from your respiration. That don't got nothing to do with eating meat. Whether you eat meat or not, your body's still going to produce carbonic acid if you cannot breathe fast enough to get the carbon residue from the glucose out of your body. That's literally what your body does. When it takes a 6-chain carbon atom, which is the glucose, it breaks it down one time into 2 3-carbon atoms. That has to be broken down again. This is happening in your Krebs cycle. Those 2 3-carbon atoms have to be broken down again. When you break down a 3-carbon atom, you can't split an atom. So you get 2 carbon atoms and 1 carbon atom. The 2 carbon atom pairs are shuttled off as acetyl-CoA. The single carbons that's left by itself, your body has to put 2 oxygens with each one of those to make CO2, carbon dioxide, and we get rid of that. When the carbon dioxide is lingering around too long, hypercapnia, it could blend in with the water, and then you get carbonic acid. This what I'm saying, Si. Ain't no sharpening up with these type of guys like this, man. These guys is not like, I gotta bring students on to sharpen up. Like, he needs to just be a student. Y'all should come over, brothers like Alkaline City. You need to come over to American Healer YouTube page and come over there, and he needs to sharpen up, and then come back out and present himself and talk crazy and bravado and all that. But you made a big mistake with the bravado on top of the ignorance. Like, if you just didn't know any better and you was cool, we could have schooled you, cleaned you on up, and we could have been moving on to other subjects right now. But the bravado with the craziness and all that, and I'm glad you did that to me, because if you would have did that with Napah, you would have probably been banned from the channel. So it's a good thing. And I was just trying to clean him up on the anatomy stuff that he was getting wrong. She was going to come in and clean him up on the food stuff, because I agree with the plant-based ideology, but all of his science is just incorrect. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it can't, I can't, go along with that. So that's.
I want y'all to stay tuned. We got a special guest coming on in a few minutes. I think y'all gonna like it, Enqi. You gonna like it, Enqi.
Oh, I know. I know who it is.
Who?
I'm not gonna say.
Say it if you know. Say it.
Sarah.
I'm gonna give you a hint, Napah. When we was in California, he was doing the Michael Jackson with you. Don't say it. Don't say who. Don't say who it is. Don't say it. He'll be in a minute. I just spoke to him.
Okay.
He deals with this.
Okay. All right. Well, in the meantime, let's see. Before he came in, that was kind of wild. I have to do with this, Enqi. He's representative of people who don't.
No, hell no. See, and that's what
he's representative of people who don't eat meat.
I'm glad that you reminded me of my thought, because I forgot about this while me and him was arguing. I was saying to myself, I got to get on Sonetta after we get this nigga out of here.
He needed a sandwich, a turkey sandwich.
That was dirty by bringing that brother in here, because I don't know where people was at listening to me in Napah, but if they didn't turn around and listen to that guy, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
No. But let me say this: Alkaline City is he is very knowledgeable when it comes to.
No, he is not.
I taste his food live on air.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop you right there. Hold on. Let me stop you right there. There. That does not mean anything. The only thing that means is that he knows how to cook good, or whoever he got the food from knows how to cook good. That does not mean he understands nutrients. That does not mean that he understands biochemistry. That does not mean that he understands anatomy, because he just demonstrated live in front of people that he does not know any of those things. And I could tell you why. Your nutrients, in order to be properly digested, have to go through your bloodstream. That's number one. So if you don't know how the blood works, which he does not, because he thinks that arteries are veins. So he doesn't know how blood works. That's number one. He can't put nothing. He don't know after 24 years of studying. And this is what I'm saying. This is why I be trying to write books for people, because
look at the comment.
Look at the comment. That guy was another scientist from Gilligan's Island. Shout out to Pseudo Gilligan's Island. Shout out to Dead Blacks.
This is probably the only time I'm gonna agree with the pseudo killers. But that if you don't know how the blood works, Supernova Slum in the building. If you don't know how the blood works, you don't know how nutrition works, because that's the first step. If you don't know how mitochondria work, then you don't know the nutrition, because that's how your nutrition is going to be digested. So by saying that mitochondria explode and shoot electricity into the artery, and then that electricity goes into our brain, like, that was all super incorrect. So can he learn from a list? Like, can he memorize a Dr. Sebi list and say, oh, these foods are alkaline, these foods are acid? And can he go on YouTube and find recipes on how to make those things? Absolutely. But that has nothing to do with him learning or understanding anatomy or biochemistry.
All right. Let's hear from our new guest in the building, a legend right here who has sacrificed his life. He put his life on the line with the Bloods in the Crips, Enqi, right out there in the heart of Brooklyn. You know how rough it is out there in Brooklyn. This
I seen
brother
it.
used to walk around with the red flag, the
And the
bandana,
blue flag.
and the blue black. And he would walk into their hood and they would run up on him, brother. So you
With
have
the
to
with the jacket, with the jacket and the whole thing. Yeah.
and you have to be
Can't take
ready.
that away from
You
him.
have to have that gift of gab, brother, to get up out of that. And I bring to you my brother Supernova, who is the son of Queen of Four. What up, brother?
Wellness Warrior salute, OG. Peace to the panel. Sis,
Peace,
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 brothers.
Peace
peace.
to
Brother
you.
Enqi. I
Peace,
just wanted
man.
to, first of all, this is a great debate, man. This is the battle of the God and Goddess, man. Y'all are going at it with respect. I love the fire in both of you, sis, and you, Brother Enqi. Y'all are doing it. This is a good discussion. I just wanted to add on, not take away from either one of which you all are saying, and add on my personal testimonial. So those that don't know, I'm 47 years vegan from Queen of Four's womb. My mother and father were vegans when they met, so I was conceived in that lifestyle. And I want to talk about, just give encouragement. I'm not, even though I was born and raised vegan, I'm not dogmatic. I tend to meet people in their nutrition and wellness where they are and tend to inspire them. Ultimately, they want to transition, cool, but to give them tools for where they are. Anyway, so to the parents, to your point earlier, beloved, you talked about, pregnancy. I have no health disparities as a 47-year-old man. Have no prostate issues, no colon issues, give thanks. No kidney problems, nothing. So I'm a living testament to y'all that if you're disciplined in due diligence and you know nutrition, like Brother Enqi talks about, and you mentioned earlier, sis, about certain vegans are not necessarily following a disciplined protocol. That's very key. You have to have nutrient dense foods. So I'm an example, along with my brother and sister. They have no health disparities from Queen of Four's womb 47 years ago. That you can raise children, from that state into adulthood if they take on the principles and continue it in a holistic wellness ideology or portal of veganism. Right now, what Queen of Four did to keep us not from getting sick, right? Is she doubled and tripled down on the micronutrients, the greens, the chlorophyll greens. So you have the chlorophyll is what makes the planet. They call it, some people in the community call it liquid melanin, right? It's the darkness and the richness of the plants, and most of our planet is chlorophyll based. It's plants, aside from water, and the chlorophyll works really great because the chlorophyll absorbs the sunlight, and that's what helps to entices pigmentation. Hence, us melanin beings, and that exchange between sunlight and nourishment, right? Now, you talked about the different types of cows or bulls or in that species. They graze on those micronutrients that Brother Inky was kind of highlighting a little earlier, but they graze on a variation of the barley, the alfalfa, the dandelion, or the wheatgrass, and they're able to process that, and they're able to grow on the greens, on those micronutrients, those dense grains. Similar to them, my mother, Queen of Four, raised me on, the spirulina, the chlorella, the alfalfa, the dandelion, and she made sure to emphasize minerals and emphasize nutrient dense foods and vegetables. So that would look like choosing the top 3 to 5 fruits that are giving you that most benefit, like hitting different areas, not only the natural sugars, but let's say digestion. Well, they all help with digestion, but some a little more than others will clean you out, right? But basically, fruits and vegetables that have a multi-use of source, right? So she would focus on, let's say, spinach and kale. Out of all the leafy vegetables, those have the more dense nutrients out of their other brothers and sisters in the greens. So let's say, for example, she would emphasize that. The healthy carbohydrates daily, every human needs it. I think the problem with a lot of vegans is they tend to be starchitarians, meaning 80% to 100% of their diet is mainly on carbohydrates. Healthy carbohydrates are important. You have to incorporate them, but they should not be your end all be all, right? Protein. Queen gave me a variety of sources. Yes, in the 80s we were exposed to the soy wave, because that was the wave a lot of the vegans and vegetarians were pushing at the time. But what she did not keep, she got us out of that loop because she wanted to diversify our eating habits. So she introduced us to protein sources in the nuts, in the legumes, in the different grains. Like a grain, for example, like quinoa. Quinoa is both a protein, and quinoa is also a healthy carbohydrate. right? Queen, make sure we had our healthy fats, you know, our cold pressed olive oils, our coconut oils, and the fats. Like I said, fruits and vegetables. So you want to hit all of those areas for nutrition. You want a fat source daily. You want protein source. You want your fiber, which is your fruits and vegetables. You know, of course, water too, right? And you want to be able to hit all of these dynamics in every meal, whether it be a liquid meal or solid meal. So a lot of the parents, a lot of times, are not understanding the variety of nutrient dense fruits and vegetables that can aid their children if they're not on a traditional American diet. You have to do your research, because I like how both you was talking about that, sis, and you too, brother Enqi. Do your research and then open yourself up with grace and humility and explore. You may not get it all right at one point, but explore different things. Some people try different modalities. Some people do the Dr. Sebi. Many people don't do it, but you find what works for you, and you create a regimen that you can be disciplined and see the results. So you study yourself over a period of 21 days of observation and see how, you know, are your bowels moving. Every meal that you eat as a solid should be going through your body with flow and ease. If you're using the number two and you're having hard time releasing, even if you're vegan, you may be eating too much starches, or even, or two, the inability to process all of that heavy carbohydrate. So you have to increase your water. My whole point of coming on real quick, and I'll pass the mic, is to let you know that it is possible to raise family members and children into full adults on a plant-based vegan lifestyle. I'm 47 years old. I have no health disparities. And like Sister mentioned earlier, there's so much to explore beyond soy. I know that people coming trans soy and all of that fake food, fake stuff is for people psychologically more than nutritionally, coming from a Western diet and trying to get over it. All their lives they've been eating a certain way. So when they kind of get stuck in the whole fake chicken and the fake beef, and because psychologically they still attached to that old lifestyle, but it's really meant for a transition lifestyle. So I'm not here to dog walk somebody that is on soy and those derivatives. I'm saying that if there's outside of that paradigm, there's so many ways you can get your protein intake. Um, Sarnetta definitely helped me in the past with my super mega greens formula. That is a a nutrient dense chlorophyll blend that acts as amino acid concentration through the chlorophyll greens, so it helps to muscle mass synthesis. Me, look at this. I'm 198 pounds. I'm not vegan and anorexic vegan. I'm a bodybuilder. I train heavy resistance training. I don't eat any meat. I don't eat any flesh. I don't eat any dairy products. So I'm just here to say, regardless of what side of the argument you're on, it is possible to gain muscle mass being vegan. Okay, it's possible to raise a child with proper nutrient dense protocols consistently. That's what separates my mother and her peers. She was very intentional on meal preparation, and also inviting us into what she called the kitchen healing laboratory, so we can prepare meals with her. We can prepare the salads with her. We can prepare the fruits and work with the herbs in a different grains and whole nuts and seeds. And so we begin to get more familiar. And so I would invite the parents also, you know, if you're making a transition and you're really diligent, invite your children, you know, in the kitchen with you and prepare that, you know, really reintegrate that space. Brothers, you know, if you live alone and single, you know, stop a lot of that outside going to a restaurant, and just create a healing laboratory in your home to give yourself proper nutrition and really explore. There's so many fruits and vegetables, so many grains, so many protein alternatives, even in the plants and minerals, that you can get to sustain yourself. But you must do the research. Give yourself a little bit of time to experiment and see what works for you, what doesn't work for you, and ultimately create a disciplined plan of action that can hold you accountable to your wellness goals. I just wanted to interject that. I didn't want to stop y'all's build, but I appreciate the family.
Thank you, brother. Hey,
Thank you so
before
much.
you go, let the people know where they can find you at, brother.
Yes, family. I'm on YouTube, supernovaslom.com, SUPANOVASLOM. But you can also type in my name, Supernova Slom, to my website, and you can get just aware of all of the things that I'm offering the community, from my Man Heal Thyself, R.I.S.E Passage program for brothers, the best-selling book, Man Heal Thyself, and my book, The Holistic Remedy. And I'm here at service, family. I appreciate the panel. Thank y'all, family.
One last thing
Brother
before you
Enqi.
go.
Peace, beloved.
One
Peace.
last thing before
Yes,
you
sir.
go, brother.
Yes.
One last thing. How's mama doing?
Mom is doing phenomenal, Sanetta. I'll
All
send
right.
the regards.
I asked
Blessings to the chat.
Let her
Ashe.
know.
Hey, bro, before you go, I just want to show you I got my liquid chlorophyll right
Let's
here,
go,
too.
brother. Let's go. Activate.
Right there.
I love to see. Salute to you, beloved. Activate.
Look, I had it in arm's reach.
Come on, there we go.
Thank you so much
It's
for
called
that
Those Peace
input.
Brothers.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sis.
Supernova.
Thank you, beloved. Appreciate y'all.
All
Love.
right, peace. All right,
Now,
I want to respond to that.
I'd
Enqi,
like to respond real quickly. I want to say he's raised by. Come on, Queen of Fu is his mom.
that's right.
Right.
He's
Not
he's an
fair for the rest
anomaly.
of us.
He's an anomaly.
No, he's
Mhm.
not an anomaly. And I appreciate you, Sonetta, for making up. Now we even, okay? Because you bring in Alkaline City. That was terrible. But yeah, we even now. You bring in
I love
Supernovas.
that family. I love the family.
Yeah, that's beautiful right there. That was a great addition to the bill.
Let's bring this brother in. Excuse me,
Hold on,
Senator.
let me see if Enqi want to respond to that. Anything, and then we can let the brother come on. Haru. All right, Haru, you got the floor, brother.
I did want to respond to it, but I want to wait because out of respect, I have some paperwork, some studies about children and veganism. But hello, Haru, how are you?
Peace, Queen. Peace. Hey, man, Sarnetta. Oh, I guess both of y'all. We missed both of y'all in DC on Jabari tour. I was looking forward to seeing y'all.
Yeah, I was gonna go, but
It
yeah,
was his birthday.
I had to.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, we had a good time though. They ain't get to see the whole museum, but we had a good time though.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Man, Enqi, what's up, brother?
What's going on, family? I see you in the building. I'm right here listening.
Man, look. Before I go in, I want to see if I can show y'all something real quick. Let me see if I can switch the camera real quick. It's gonna be quick. All right, bet. Enqi, you see this right here? There's some stuff I got on my wall, right? I think this I got this from you through a third party, actually. This was posted by Tahuti Ma, but I know he had put you as the writer of that.
Yep. I remember that's when I was on tour with Jehudi Mahatma. We was doing the Urban Kryptonite tour.
Yeah, no question. I love that DVD. Yeah, but I got that on my wall, man. That's one of the things I look at and try to obtain to every day. But in regards to the subject matter, I want to say that for maybe a little bit over 10 years, I've been practicing veganism on and off, right? Currently at this current time, I'm doing grass-fed beef, pasture-raised chicken, pasture-raised eggs. But from my research, and I'm still learning, but from my research, the human body is developed and designed to be raw vegan, right? That is the ideal optimum way to fuel the human body is from plant-based sources, right? But during my journey, I've come in the past few months with some new critical information in regards to two subjects that has really made me make some current adjustments. But again, I'm still learning. You know what I'm saying? It's a constant research. The brother who came on before, he stressed that, and that was an excellent point. Like, you really have to research, especially in these days, because the industry, these big corporations, they understand and understand that a lot of our heart is in the right place, and a lot of us want to make a change with our diet and improve. So they play on that in the supermarket, right? Meaning, like, it's not as easy to be healthy as it once was, because they are distorting what healthy products really are. So the packaging on the front may appear healthy, but you really got to go through those ingredients and do your research. But the good thing now is we have a lot of apps that make it easier. I started this, like I told y'all, over 10 years ago. It wasn't, you couldn't pull an app out and scan the barcode in the grocery store and then have a list of the ingredients and what they may be. You can do that now. You know what I'm saying? So use these tools. But to get to my point, so the first thing I want to bring to y'all attention, and I will, if y'all don't mind, I would like to hear y'all go in depth about, is the seed oils. I've come into some research lately about how harmful some of these seed oils are. I know Dr. Sebi, this is something he spoke about, but unfortunately he did recommend the grapeseed oil. If I can recall, he said only do coconut oil, avocado oil, and grapeseed oil. From some of my research, the process of getting this grapeseed oil creates a certain level of oxidation, you know what I'm saying, which in turn turns into inflammation. So it seems like the grapeseed oil is something we should avoid. And if it's not extra virgin olive oil, which we shouldn't be cooking with, we should only be cooking with avocado oil, preferably organic, and maybe coconut oil. And I just would like to hear y'all take on that specifically, if it's not too far left field.
Well, I'm going to let Enqi take most of this, because from what I know, I have heard some studies come out where they say grapeseed oil is not the best oil to cook with. I think you're not really supposed to cook with very many oils. But I mean, there's always something new. First, they say olive oil is okay to saute with, don't fry with olive oil. Then you hear, no, grapeseed oil is better. Just, if you're going to do some frying or even sauteing, grapeseed oil is good for you. Not just cooking, but just to intake it. So that's the most that I know about it. I'm not an expert on that particular topic. But for me, I just think there's nothing wrong with grapeseed oil. From the studies, there's conflicting information out there, right, Enqi? Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on it, but
so the thing with the oils is, so the thing with the oils is, the reason why they're saying avocado oil and not this one or that one, all of those studies are confusing if you don't know the main thing. And the main thing is, all oils have a heat limit. So you can probably look up what's called the smoke point. They have a smoke, they would call it heat limit or smoke point. You might be able to find the chart. But every single oil has a smoke point or a heat limit where after that it becomes rancid. So none of the studies about the nutrition, like whether we look up olive oil or grapeseed oil, whatever, when you see the nutrition studies, those nutrition studies are done on the regular oil, all of the nutrients that's in the oil when it's extracted. It's not including the nutrients that are lost during processing, and it's not including what's going to happen once you cook it and it goes past the smoke point. So I try to encourage people to cook with water and get better at seasoning the food, so we don't have to use so much oils and so much MSG and fake Sazoons and all that kind of stuff. Get back to tasting the seasonings and learning how to so that's my thing. I'm not a fan of oils one way, shape, form. Like, I'm not a fan of cooking with oils, period.
Let me ask you, Enqi, how come I never heard you yet, Enqi? And I'm surprised. Maybe you did, or it probably went over my head. I never heard you break down soursop. I never heard you talk about the importance of soursop, the fruit.
Soursop is dope, but it's not so here's the thing with American commerce. Well, I can't even say American commerce. I say commerce in general, but mostly international trade. So what countries do is countries boost up foreign fruits and vegetables to their population in exchange to the other countries to do the same to them. So in America, fruits and vegetables that don't grow everywhere here, they call superfoods. So that way they could charge a premium on it. And then when you go to other countries, stuff that grow here regularly, you know what I'm saying? Like, you might go to another country and they might be telling you that apple is a superfood. And they might show you all these benefits of how apples clean out the liver and this, that, and the other. And in your mind, if you over there on vacation, you're like, shit, I can get a whole bag of apples for $4 in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So, it's people here that look at soursop from the islands like that ain't nothing. We got bags of that. We got So soursop is definitely good. It has a lot of medicinal properties to it. But I try, because my thing is, this is what I preach. I moved away a long time ago from preaching plant-based when the big companies came in and took over plant-based. They basically purchased the idea of plant-based, trademarked it. So now plant-based lifestyle, unfortunately, is people living out of the frozen section, buying all of those fake meats, blending the fake meats with stuff that they get out of boxes, pastas and white rice and all that. And so that culture is toxic. So I don't use the terminology plant-based. What I teach my people is to have a pigment heavy diet. Focus on making sure you got your purple, your green, your reds, your yellows. Like every day, make sure you have a pigment heavy diet. Focus on getting all the colors in. That's the main thing, because inside your plants, right? When we talk about cellulose, cellulose is the fiber of the flesh. Then on the outside, you got the pigment. In between there, you got all of the antioxidants, the vitamins, the minerals, all of those good things. The processing process literally strips the pigments out, the antioxidants out, the vitamins, the minerals, so that way they can sell you multiple products as opposed to one. Meaning, if they sold you per se just a soursop, that's one sale. But what they could do is process that into a flour or something else, strip the fiber, put the fiber in the box, sell you the fiber. Strip the vitamins out, put the vitamins each in their own little bottles, and sell you a whole bunch of single vitamins. Then they could put the pigments in another jar and say, oh, get this lutein or this zeaxanthin or this chlorophyll or this one or that one, all separately, as opposed to you just getting it, all together. So I try to just speak to what people got readily available.
All right. Hey, Enqi, remember the brother. He back with them hard questions, brother.
Not hard questions.
Them hard questions, Enqi. Go ahead, Brooks. What's up, bro?
Hey, real quick, can I ask my second thing really quick for you pass it to brother Brooks? All right, so is it possible you could I could share my screen really quick?
Yes, let's go. Share the screen.
All right, let's see. This is my first time doing this. Bear with me, y'all. Hold up.
Go to present at the bottom of your screen.
That's it.
Like
I'm talking about browser can't capture screen. Well, it's cool. I'll just explain it. So the second thing that I was saying that I discovered was the nutrition count, right? So like I said, I've been practicing veganism on and off for over 10 years now, right? What I didn't realize is in some of those years I was voiding myself of certain nutrients because I didn't realize the amount that I was supposed to consume. And what I was trying to share with y'all was my a chart that I'm currently working on of my daily nutrients that I'm supposed to get. For everybody, it's going to be different based upon your weight, your age, your activity level, right? But for example, in theory, I'm looking at 900 mcgs of vitamin A, 400 grams of carbs, 60 grams of protein on a daily basis. So what I'm saying is when I started to map this out and I looked at my diet, which was a traditional plant-based, not synthetic like some of the products he referred to, whole foods diet that was more traditional from a meat base, like the whole foods version of the meat diet that I came up on. I realized I'm not getting half of what I'm supposed to be getting. So in one piece of grass-fed steak, I can get my daily amount of quote unquote protein, though that is controversial in itself, but we won't go there, the term protein. But I can get that in one piece of grass-fed steak where I would have to consume so much spirulina or various other plant-based things to just get that daily amount. Now the kicker is there's going to be byproducts that my body has to deal with from consuming that meat. Like you talked about earlier, the uric acid, things like that, the digestion process. So it's almost in closing, I'm a lying head. It's almost like the way I'm seeing this, it's one of those things in life where it's like, okay, you can take the short route by eating the meat, as long as it's high quality and getting a vast amount of nutrition, right? But deal with deal with the other side, and also on a metaphysical level, deal with the fact that you're eating something that's dead. You're eating dead flesh, which is another subject, but something to consider. Or you can do a lot more work, spend a lot more money, consume a lot more food, and get that nutrition, but don't have to deal with those byproducts of the animals.
I want to respond to that. You're absolutely right with first of all saying that the meat, eating more or a less portion of meat is essentially giving you more nutrients for your body than eating 3 or 4 times, as you would say, plant, not processed plants, but just what you're talking about. Let's say leafy greens. As far as the uric acid, that's why you need to have a balanced diet. That's why I say supplement your meat diet with plants, which there's research that's out there known that plant diets reduce uric acid retention. Okay, so reduce gout. And then when you said something about dying, eating dead flesh, or I mean, that goes back to what I was saying to that's two different topics, and I appreciate you bringing it up, but we're talking about nutrients, we're talking about health, and then we're talking about something philosophical when we start talking about eating the dead, because there's studies out there showing that plant life has consciousness. There is not just plants, even we could talk about fungi, we can talk about mycelium. There are different organisms that we consider that we eat. Mushrooms, we wouldn't say, oh, they have consciousness, but they in fact do. So I appreciate you throwing that out. I just want to I'll hand it over to Enqi, but I want to reiterate, yes, you can optimize your nutrients by eating a piece of flesh, a piece of meat, compared to eating plants. So vegans, their stance is cut out all the meat and just eat these plants. And I'm going to read the studies. I know the brother is here up here, Brooks. There's studies showing there's deficiencies in vitamin B, deficiencies in protein that are affecting the neurology, affecting the psychology of humans, especially children who are just eating vegan diets, and it's a real issue. So I'll drop the mic there and hand it over. But thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing. When we switch the word protein for nutrients, it changes the tone of the conversation. So, yes, if you eat a piece of meat, you're going to get way more protein than eating a piece, any type of plant, anything. But that does not mean you're going to get more nutrients by eating a piece of meat. That's a totally different statement. Getting more nutrients versus the same weight in meat, that's a totally different statement. But yes, I agree that you can get more protein. But the problem with protein is that 99% of people that are focused on getting protein in are getting way too much protein in, and protein turns into sugar in your body when you do not use it. So the fact that 90% of Americans are talking about protein and 90% of them people do not work out every day means that steak is turning into sugar inside their body. So they might as well had a nice sugary cup of Domino sugar Kool-Aid instead of that steak.
All right, Enqi,
That makes a lot of sense.
Enqi, answer Amon Ra McCarthy real quick.
because you have a connection between your fluids in your body, your nervous system, all of that stuff in your brain. A lot of the stuff that that we deal with in other areas, we just got to get to the place where we realize the whole body is one system. So a lot of infections come along with mental confusion and fatigue.
Okay.
All right, let me bring on the brother. You want to say something else, Paul?
I know the brother's waiting. I just really want to show quickly this study on veganism. This is a paper. It is on it's National Library of Medicine. You can find it right there, PubMed. And so the impact of vegan diet on many aspects of health. Just going to scroll down because you're saying it's just protein. I just want to get here. Vitamin B, low vitamin B intake, B12. Low vitamin B12 intake is a significant problem in vegan diets due to the exclusion of vitamin B12 rich foods such as meat, poultry, and eggs. A lack of vitamin B12 has been linked to neurological and hematologic problems. Low vitamin B12 intake has serious clinical consequences, not just vitamin B, but we can go down to other minerals and micronutrients. Vegans have greater iron needs than other diet patterns, mainly because non-heme iron from plant-based foods is less bioavailable, as absorption is hindered by whole grains, legumes, nuts, due to phytic acid content. So vegans also have zinc deficits, while meat, dairy, and eggs contain high zinc, zinc-rich plant foods such as nuts, seeds, and whole grains have poor bioavailability owing to the presence of phytate, which inhibits absorption in the gut. So even when you eat these when Enqi's saying, oh, protein, I get the proteins in meat. When you eat something like a nut or seed, something that has high protein and that is not a meat source, you're hindered. There's a problem because, as you see, it has, I'm going to go back. It says there's less bioavailability as absorption is hindered by whole grains, legumes, nuts. So you got issues more than just protein. We're talking about vitamin B12. We're talking about the absorption of micronutrients. We're talking about iron. And then it goes on to talk about mental health. All that goes back to the brain, like I said before. It says the most recent systematic review, which includes 18 studies, compared meat abstainers, vegans, versus meat eaters in terms of mental health. The research included 160,257 individuals from various geographic areas, including 149,559 meat eaters. Okay, so what's the bottom line here? Let's see. It says, in contrast, it says meat, the people basically who didn't eat meat, they were linked with worse psychological health than those who ate meat. So abstaining from meat has serious issues on your health, including your psychological health. And it's not just linked to protein, as you see, it's other nutrients. So thank you so much.
That's an excellent point, and I didn't want to go down there because of time purposes. But you got omega-3, you got zinc, selenium, iron, phosphorus, like all of those things. Me currently, I'm not saying that this is correct, but currently in my research, I haven't found a plant-based equivalent that can give me those things in a higher dosage, especially omega-3 and B12, which is linked to the mental things you talking about. And that's why I showed this, because I told y'all I just got back on the certain type of meat. If you are doing vegan, non-fortified nutritional yeast, it give you your B12, and you could get organic chlorella tablets. These are really cost efficient right here, and this help you with your protein levels.
Thank you for bringing up selenium. Thank you so much for waiting, Brooks. I know I took over a little bit, but
okay. What you said was what needed to be said,
And peace to the queen.
I like the fact that IFA Rule did what he just did. But my question to the panel is basically what we're basically doing right now is just pretty much showing how pretty the rainbow is, right? But I want to know is what's the end of the rainbow? Do you all have any paperwork or any scientific work that says what you're claiming works? So in the area of curing, um, taking
We
away
back to cheering
diseases.
again.
Yeah, because that's the word. That's the word everyone is
Okay,
familiar with.
hold on. So let me ask you this. Oh my goodness. So this is 2 hours, 3 hours and 20 minutes, man. All right, so Brooks brother, Brooks Trader. Let me ask you this, because we're having a conversation about plants.
Excuse me. I'm
and
sorry. I'm sorry. I know y'all finna go in on this one because he wants some proof. And
well, no. I just want to ask him a question. I got a question for him because I like questions to be qualified. And we're having an either or type of conversation.
Okay.
So the question that I would ask Brooks Trader is, do you have any documentation that you could show that meat?
You can't do that.
Wait, Napah, you got to put your thing on mute.
Oh, sorry, guys.
So do you have any paperwork that shows that meat cures AIDS or meat cures cancer or meat cures heart disease or that meat cures anything?
No.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and let Napah do, yeah.
I don't know about meat curing so much, but I do know not just from the paperwork that we can read, the research, but I know vegans who have suffered from autoimmune diseases, specifically Hashimoto. It's like a thyroid disease. And once they started back with a meat or actually animal product diet, it improved their health tremendously, and that's just in a matter of 3 weeks. The science is showing that the science is showing that what I showed from the paper, there's a link to vitamin deficiencies, right? We just read that. B12 deficiency, iron deficiency, protein deficiencies, the definitely selenium, other types of how do you say, nutrients that can heal.
So are we saying, just for clarity, are we saying, based on what you just read, is that article saying, or are you superimposing on the article that these nutrients cannot be found in plants? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. Of course, we know that much of, if not all, what I named can be found in plants, because you and I agree that eating meat, it's like your secondary. You're actually, some people would say it's tertiary. Everything goes back, and I talked to Enqi about this, and this might sound like I'm going off track. We're talking about the sun. We're actually talking about essentially eating sunlight. Okay, I know, I don't want to lose anybody, but plants eat sunlight, right? Essentially, that's their main source. So they're the primary source, from the sun to the plant. When we eat the plant, it's a secondary source of what we would say sunlight and all those wonderful nutrients. When we eat an animal that eats the plant, it's tertiary. Now we're moving down the line. So I'm not saying we can't get these things from plants. I'm saying that our bodies are designed to eat meat and plants, and eating meat is very beneficial. And eating meat in our environment, as we've evolved as people, as humans, as organisms, our bodies process meat for our lives, for our health, very well. We already know nobody's fighting against vegetables and plants. Nobody's saying plants aren't good for you. But what we keep hearing is meat isn't good for you. Animal products aren't good for you. They're not good for you. They're going to kill you, which is wrong.
Can I just jump in
So
real quick?
that's my answer. Curing, if you're doing a vegan diet, Brooks, or someone's doing a vegan diet, and they're probably having some deficiencies. When they eat an animal product, those deficiencies or those ailments will subside and they will become healthier. So that's my stance.
Well, Queen, respectfully, I think you're I think you're making a great point, but you're excluding the variables. You know, I think that's the thing here, because if we can all agree that we can find these same things in plants, then that means the issue is the individual, not the structure. So there's variables happening here that most of these individuals in the study aren't doing or aren't consuming. It's available, but it's just difficult. And that's the, you know, the point I was making. And also one more thing, you said that we are also designed to eat meat. Though my studies have shown that we can extract certain nutrition from meat, it doesn't seem like we were designed in any shape or form to consume meat. Because think about this, we have to change the molecular structure of the meat in order to consume it. We don't like a real animal, let's say a tiger. He sees the chicken in the wild. This is just an example, hypothetically speaking, and he salivates at the wild chicken, and he consumes that wild chicken without changing the molecular structure, without cooking it. You know what I'm saying? Where us as human beings, most of us wouldn't look at a wild animal and salivate. You know, we have to kill it, extract the blood, clean out certain organs, and then change the molecular structure, and then season it with plants and other oils in order to consume it. And also, when you take into account the teeth in the digestion system, it doesn't seem you know, logical, just based upon the science, that we are designed to eat meat.
Okay, I'm going to come in. Let me come in, please.
Hold on.
He spoke to me. Sonator, you're muted.
We can't hear you, sir.
He addressed me, and I want to just quickly say, no, the digestive is definitely more than we can eat meat with our digestive system. We break down meat just fine. Teeth, obviously, we have teeth that can tear flesh. And then you said something about we have to season it and marinate it. Not everybody is like you. People look at animals, human beings, and they salivate. Some people do that.
Non-Europeans?
Non-Europeans, Africans in Africa.
Hold on.
It's not about white people.
Napah, you eat meat, correct?
Yes, I do. Very much so.
Okay. So with the exception of fish, do you eat raw chickens or raw cows? Like, have you eaten any raw meat?
Okay. The personal question, I'm not going to answer. What I will do is answer it very intelligently. People eat raw meat. Okay. And they like it. And guess what? People around the world eat raw meat. There's all over America, there's something called sushi, and all over the world, there's something called sushi. It's raw fish.
Said with the exception of fish.
No, but I know you said you said that, brother. Let me answer this intelligently. I know you said that, but there's also something called carpaccio, which is an Italian shaved meat. There's also in Africa, they eat all types of raw meat. They eat tartare. I call it tartare, but they eat raw meat. There's parts of Africa where they drink cow blood. So there are people who eat raw animal products, and they like it and they salivate. That's a psychological part of it is genetic. Yes, it is, but it's also a psychological. Well, it could be genetic and psychological. Basically, when a vegan smells, I want to ask you a question. Are we going to be honest and say that when vegans smell barbecue, they don't salivate? Now, are y'all going to try to tell us that when a vegan smells? Because if you do, you're disingenuous. You know why? Because again, we're going back to you flavoring vegan food as meat flavor. It's always Impossible meat. The burgers taste just like meat. So let me just get this out. You asked me a question, brother, and
I want to
I'm
answer your question. You asked me that question, didn't you? Just ask me.
no, I'm going to hand it over to you right now, Enqi. Yes, that's more rhetorical because we know that vegans always are trying to find the flavor of meat. They're trying to trick themselves to eat. It's a known fact. Vegans in vegan restaurants, you got all kinds of pretend jerk chicken. So the answer is yes. Vegans salivate when it's not just about cooked meat. Some people eat raw meat. They just do.
Supernova came in and said the same thing you said.
What do you say? I missed it, son.
About how you go to the vegan restaurant and get vegan chicken and all of that. He said that. He said because it's a psych of the mind. He said that's why y'all tried to win. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's because the mind has already been trained to eat the meat in the culture, you know.
Let me answer this because
let Brooks get in, Enqi.
You know what's the sister wanted to come in though.
Hold on. So wait. Hold on. Because I gotta speak to this. So you asked me, do vegans salivate when they smell barbecue, right? So the one thing is this. This is and then you said they want the flavor of meat, right? The flavor of meat. So the first thing is there is no such a thing as the flavor of meat. Raw meat tastes like blood. Hold on, listen.
Yes, it does.
Raw
tastes
meat.
like
Wait, hold on, sis. Hold on, sis.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Raw meat tastes like blood. There is no such thing as the flavor of meat. What people associate with the flavor of meat is actually plants, because you put the meat in flour, and flour is powdered plants. So that's number one. Then you put seasoning inside the flour, and you put seasoning directly on the meat. Now, when it comes to barbecue is literally sugar and seasoning. So we're talking about plants, sugar, which is from plants. Sugar is plant-based. And then we're talking about seasoning, which is more plants once again. So that's what that is. Now, outside of that, if you're talking about the burnt smell, the actual smell of smoke, what people are smelling with smoke when they smell a barbecue, people reference barbecues from memory. They represent that's memory training, where they think of family gatherings, etc., etc. If you raise children completely vegan, where they don't have a preference of hot dogs and sausage and burgers and all that, when they think of grill, they're going to think of grilled vegetables, if that's what they're used to having coming off the grill. And they're going to smell the barbecue, or they're going to smell the grill. And in their mind, that smell is going to trigger thoughts of whatever they've been having off the grill. If they have grilled zucchini and grilled asparagus and all that, when they smell grill, they're going to think of those things. There is no intrinsic taste to meat except for blood. The problem is most Black folks that have this conversation, they are not carnivores. They like to read the statistics and articles associated with being carnivores, but they themselves are not carnivores. They are what I call being carnivores, but they themselves. Okay, so yeah, somebody got it. They compute on. That's called a necrovore. A necrovore is eating a charred, burnt body. Charred means it's cooked. That's number two. And then the last thing is heme iron. Heme iron. Iron is the most basic of all the nutrients we need because it's for our blood. and it's what helps carry the other nutrients around to the tissues. So yes, heme iron is more bioavailable in burned meat, but in the long term, you got all these increased cancer risk factors associated with heme iron than just getting the iron from plants. And you can get more than enough iron from the plant that you don't have to justify taste, because that's what it really comes down to. People having taste and addictions. You don't have to justify your taste and addictions. They just are what they are. Enjoy the food you want to enjoy. But we can't necessarily say that this thing is more thing than that thing, because if we pull up, for instance, the profile of steak, first of all, to be specific with the nutrient profile of steak, the nutrient profile of steak, because steak applies to any part of the cow. But when you get specific and you go, this is a slice of this part, or this is a slice of that, this is the nutrients is going to be different for depending on what body part of the cow you cooked. And there's going to be some minerals. Hold on. There's going to be some nutrients that's really high in that meat. And there's going to be some nutrients that's completely missing in that meat. The number one thing that's going to be missing from all meat is fiber. So,
my gosh.
Okay, go ahead. Because
no, go ahead.
Extra thing that we don't need on the side.
So I can give these the book.
No, but see, that's what I knew you were gonna do. I want to respond to him.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That's the issue for me.
I'm going right to the people. So
perfect. I need to respond to him.
Go ahead.
No, and by the way, somebody in the chat talking about she likes sugar. I don't eat sugar. We don't have sugar in our house.
That's absolutely correct. That's a fact.
Thank you, Sonetter. No, he's wrong. He's talking about people who need to add things to the food so it could taste good. I don't know anybody who's salivating over the smell of a salad. Check. You can take a piece of flesh and cook it, and it smells good. It will make a person psychologically, it will make a physiological response in your body. And that's not because of a cookout. It's actually because of thousands, if not millions of years, I'll say hundreds of thousands of years of epigenetic encoding in our DNA.
Cook chitlins, people want to throw up. Chitlins taste and smell like real meat. I don't know nobody that's loved
he went on and on.
Come on, Enqi.
He rambled. He lied on me. He's talking about she's smelling sugar and ketchup. No, I'm not. I'm talking about flesh only. Now, maybe I'm not just addressing the Negro community with cookouts. I'm talking about worldwide, Africa. I'm talking about China. I'm talking about Europe.
I never said
when people cook a piece of flesh, it makes them salivate. Pretty much most people. Because we have a history of being meat eaters, because that's what we've been doing. Our bodies are wired to eat meat. We don't need ketchup. We don't need flour. We don't need sugar. And we're not just smelling burning blood. We're smelling fat. Because don't forget that fat is something that we really crave. Why? Our bodies are wired to crave fat because fat helps us stay alive. It's high calorie. It goes back to survival. To the people in the audience who just want to keep eating that tempeh and soy chicken, it tastes just like chicken fine. But for people who know that we began as animal consumers, if you know you come out of the womb and you drink from a living organism, you actually consume an animal product, then you understand what I'm getting at. You are eating when you smell flesh, that's right. There's so much that he said. When you smell flesh burning, you're smelling not blood only, you're smelling the tissue, the meat, the actual tissue of the animal. You're smelling the fat tissue of the animal, and it smells good. So there is a taste to meat. There is a taste, and it's not just blood. Now, if you're talking about raw meat, sure, there's a high irony, very high bloody taste, but I don't. I don't really consume raw meat like that. I know there's different types of fish that I consume. Salmon tastes different than tuna. Tuna tastes different than yellowtail, and they don't taste like blood.
So
Tuna
let me ask
has
you
a.
a question. So the meat that you cook is no seasoning in that meat?
We didn't see how you just did that. See how
I'm
you
just
just did that.
asking you, is
We're
there
talking
seasoning in
about.
the meat that you cook?
We weren't talking about me and cooking with
Okay, but
Napah.
okay, so is there meat? Is there seasoning in the meat that people cook? Because if the answer is yes, like I know, then that is where the aromatics are coming from, because aromatic amino
The
acids
answer
come
is,
from
since you cut
plants.
me off, the answer is no. It's not seasoning when you take it, when you cut an animal and you wash it and you put it on a spit, let's say a lamb, and you're roasting that, slow roasting that, or just a chicken, you don't have to put any seasoning on it for you to smell the animal cooking, and it smells good. The fat
Not to
smells good.
everybody. I think that's a personal preference.
It's a personal preference, of course. But his thing was, we need seasonings. We don't need plants and seasonings to have a physiological reaction to meat cooking, which your mouth watering happens because you can smell the fat, you can smell the flesh, and you can smell the blood, all the animal cooking. It causes people to, even without cooking, you can look at I'm going to be honest. When I see certain fish, I want to eat it. I crave it.
Okay,
Certain
well,
fish.
I wanna just agree to disagree here and say some people, right? Some people, when they smell burning flesh and burning fat and burning blood, they may salivate. But
most people,
that's
not some, most.
let's not say most. Let's just say some people.
Let me get the science. Go ahead.
All right, Brooks. Let's go. Go ahead, Brooks. We got to move forward.
All right, cool. Here's the thing. I didn't want the conversation to go this far, but I will say something to that point. The thing is, we are missing the ceremony of eating. Have anyone in this panel ever killed a cow?
No, I haven't.
So before we even reach to this conversation about smells and this and whatever the case may be, naturally in the wild, you will have to kill and hunt. If you don't have that heart to do so, it doesn't even make sense to be talking about, oh, this is what I like. I salivate over this, because you never killed an animal and then carved it and then eat it. You never had
I've
that.
killed hundreds. I've killed about 30 chickens in my life.
All right, cool. How do you feel when you kill a chicken? The first time you killed a chicken, how do you feel?
How did I feel? I was a kid. It was food. I felt bad for the chicken, but it was food.
Have you
My
ever killed
mom
a cow?
killed chickens. Huh?
Have you ever killed a cow?
I watched cows be killed.
So
That's
itself,
typically a man's job in my family.
okay, so that in itself requires a certain level of commitment and skill. So I didn't even want to go there with the conversation. The question I wanted for Enqi was this. This conversation about herbs and diet and how the case would be, I agree with it, 80, 90% of it, right? But here's the problem, right? What is the end? What is at the end of the rainbow? Where are the paperwork stating that these things them do or work the way you're saying they work? Because you said you cure people, you do the herbs, you do whatever the case may be. Do you have any paperwork stating this person had A and now they went through, let's say, your herbs, or they dealt with you, whatever the case may be, and now they no longer have that? So let's say something small like asthma or diabetes or whatever, HIV, herbs, herpes, or whatever the case may be. Do you have any paperwork?
I have a
That what you're
documentary.
doing?
Listen, I have a documentary that's out. People can go watch the American Healer documentary if you want to see that kind of stuff. So that was out. That was a prerequisite. That was a prerequisite to the mayor and the city council upstate New York bringing me there to cut a ribbon for the whole city, because one of the councilmen, his mother was given just a few weeks to live about 15 years ago, and I saved her. and she's still alive to this day. And so they rolled out my health plan as the health plan for the whole. Why are you grabbing your head and smiling? I'm telling you
Enqi,
real
Enqi, you've
facts.
been in this community for like more than 30 years, bro. How the hell are you gonna tell me to look at that documentary that you just made? So all the years that you've been with
That's
hundred
not a
and hundred
document.
paper,
Stop.
you don't have
That's not a
one
documentary that I
paperwork that you
just
can
made.
show
Listen,
the
listen.
paper has
That's
the
not a
date. Now the
documentary that I
person has
just made. You gotta relax, Brooks. You asking a question and then you don't want the answer. That's a documentary that been out for years already that anybody can go look at. See, I done moved to a whole nother level. I'm dealing with students now. My students are getting testimonials. My students are on the Breakfast Club for removing fibroids. My students help Les Brown with cancer. My students
Then
changed.
where's the
Oh,
paperwork,
listen to
bro?
what I'm saying. My students changed ET the hip hop preacher's life. My students are doing these things now. So I'm your favorite teacher's favorite teacher. I'm on a whole nother level. You can't ask me like little. These are first grade. Like this don't even.
For paperwork?
What I would like to hear. Let me say this. This
Paperwork?
is what I would like to do because I only got about 10 more minutes here. The sister has been waiting to say something this whole time. So I would like to hear from the sister. I know she's in agreement with a lot of what Napah is saying because I see her nodding her head sometimes, but I still want to hear what she got to say before I get out of here.
I appreciate that. I really do. And I do want to start off by asking Brother Brooks really quickly, since I've been waiting here, right? Peace, Sonetta, brother. Peace and Nepal to everybody on the panel. But with you asking my sister Nepal about killing animals and how does she feel, and your initial question was about curing cancer and everything. What did that have to do with her being a chicken? They called her a chicken murderer now. Thank you. So what did that have to do with her killing chickens and carrying on? If you wanted to know about curing cancer and everything, what did her killing chickens and how did that feel have anything to do with your initial question? Because I was waiting on whatever you was trying to find out. I thought this was a Q&A part. You don't have a Q, nor do you want an A. You just came up here because you're glad to be here. So I'm just trying to figure it out.
Okay, cool. Why I asked that question was a simple fact that for you in the natural world, for you to eat, you have to hunt. Maybe for you because you're in America and you can just order whatever you feel like ordering and do whatever you want. And let's say in the Caribbean, right? We still hunt. We still have that connection more or less to the old school ways, right? So before we even reach, it was because the conversation went left with the whole eating and the salivating and food or whatever. So what I asked that question was because many of us feel, right, that we are carnivores or whatever the case may be. But most
Okay.
of us, right, if I put you in the natural world and the way it's supposed to be, many of us would not have the heart to even kill, or many of us don't even have the heart to see blood. Right? You come in a supermarket, everything is well done for you, nice and neat package, whatever the case may be. Men, especially women, most women don't have the heart to take a sledgehammer and knock the shit out of a cow to kill the
Okay.
cow.
Are you
So,
vegan? Are you
sorry?
vegan?
No, I'm not.
Oh, so do you kill the food you eat?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then you don't have a problem with killing the food you eat. How do you feel
No, but that's the thing. So
when you
that's the whole
watch
point
the
of the
animal
conversation.
you kill
Right.
die? How do you feel?
Again, that's the whole part of the conversation.
Okay, well then let's move forward. Because my question is, I've been a vegan. I started off when y'all met me, Sonetta and Nepal, and everybody, again, peace to y'all. Y'all knew I was a vegan when I started, right? Okay, so I was a vegan for about 5 years, up until the last 8 months. So let's move backwards. Y'all saw my weight go up. I told y'all my weight go up and down. Y'all saw my weight go up. I'm not ashamed, right? Me and Nepal was supposed to build maybe 4 or 5 months ago, but I told you due to some neurological problems with my typing and whatnot. I had bipolar carpal tunnel surgery, right? I fell and broke my arm. I had a double broke arm. Y'all knew this. This was over the summer, okay? And y'all know I was vegan. So there was some doctors that came up on the panel, and I had asked some questions at this time about protein. And I was told to eat a lot of this, that, and the other. And I was letting them know I had a lot of allergy problems and whatnot. And they was about eating the beans and the extra vegetables, this and this and this and this and that. Now, that didn't work for me. So again, I started suffering some hair loss, the neurological problems. That's how I end up falling and double breaking my arm, which resulted to me having to do what? Eat chicken. Thank you, Napah. I'm allergic to fish. So a lot of these things that Haru talking about, I was gonna have to start taking all of these pills that I don't want, sucking on some of these vitamins and all these other things that I cannot do. Why? Because I'm high allergen. A lot of these things contain fish.
Shellfish.
You see, and I cannot do that either. I don't want to be taking a lot of pills, buying a lot of products. You can't chew it. You can't eat it. You have to buy it this way or that way, right? I did lose the weight, but my bones, right? I have thin hair, so I'm not going to go there with the abos, with this nappy, kinky hair that we're going to go there with. But here we go. So my hair already thin, my hair already curly, but here we go with my hair starting to mat up, right? Because it took 2 years for this hair to lock. Okay, this is that kind of hair. So when we want to go Indian, we'll go there. It took 2 years for this to lock. So here we go. So I'm here because we want to talk about, what do you eat? If I don't, you see what I'm saying? Because I'm eating chicken here and there, but I'm gaining weight. You see what I'm saying? So to go back to vegan, I'm appreciating this conversation so I can go all the way back. You see what I'm saying? Right. And so I all the stuff that I'm listening to, the alkaline diet, you'll be pissing champagne. Let's keep it real, because you're burning out the things in your natural stomach. Your stomach has its own alkaline that helps you to burn it. Right? That's your own natural acidity in your stomach. So while you're trying to burn out, then you can't eat alkalitic foods. You won't, that's defeating the whole process. You see what I'm saying? That's double the alkaline that you can't have. That's why if you taking and doing an alkaline diet, you cannot eat the orange. You cannot eat the lemon. You cannot have the tomato.
Okay. Hold on, sister. Let me jump in here because I only got a few more minutes.
Okay. I just wanted some of the information that I could probably get on some of these things that I could be chewing, other than popping in my mouth like pills.
Let me say this, and I have a lot of books on Amazon. People can come over to my YouTube page, American Healer, where we take more time to deal with these subjects. But let me say this. I just want to apologize to everybody out there that has been taken advantage of or led in the wrong direction by one of the people trying to jump into the commercial hole that Dr. Sebi created, which is the reason why we have all these people talking alkaline this and alkaline that. They're all trying to service some portion of Dr. Sebi's customer base around the world. And that's what the problem is. These people are jumping into selling items before they learn anything about the human body. So when the brother came on earlier, Alkaline City, he's a prime example of what I'm talking about and the problem that people are having. Your body, because we're talking about food and all that, we're talking about the blood once again. your body, based on your blood, does not even have a preference towards being alkaline. Let me say that once again for all of the people in the back that's still listening to people that don't know what they're talking about, like Alkaline City. Your blood is supposed to be 7.365. 7.365. 7 on the alkaline acid scale is neutral, ma'at, balance. That is what your blood requires, balance. If you go into the alkalinity state, that's called alkalosis. Just like you have acidosis, if your blood drops below 7, you have alkalosis if your blood goes above 7. So you that's none of this stuff is based on science. So what I try to do is push the education. When you eat meat, there's a lot of nutrients that you can get into meat, but there's downsides too. So like earlier when Napah mentioned phytic acid. Phytic acid is not an anti-nutrient like the meat industry would like to make people believe. What phytic acid does is it buffers protein when you metabolize it. And that's largely what one of the major differences is between getting your protein from plants versus getting your protein from animals. When you consume animal flesh, there is no buffer in that flesh to help out with all of the acid byproducts and the ammonia that your body has to deal with when you break down protein. And those and those things are still present, and those things are still present when you break down plant-based protein. That's just a byproduct of metabolizing any sort of proteins or amino acids. The difference is when you break it down plant protein, the plants have phytic acid there. So that can help buffer those acids as opposed to your body, where you're going to have to pull phosphates and calciums and things like that from storage. So there's a difference there in terms of acids and some of the other aspects to the biochemistry. But the biggest problem is education. It's information. A lot of times in this world we in now, everybody want everything in the microwave. Nobody want to study. So you got guys jumping in front of people to make money and sell stuff before they even learn how the body works. What we just seen earlier today was a prime example of that. The brother has no idea how the body works. And Sa, you know I love you, but Sa judged his knowledge of biochemistry based on how good the guy food tastes. That one thing don't have nothing to do with the other. That guy just might be a good cook, but that don't mean he understands biochemistry. You know what I'm saying? So the thing that I'm telling people to invest in is study. Invest in books. Spend your time reading and get some solid grounding on the science of how our bodies work. And then these conversations will make more sense because people will be on the same page to at least some extent and know how the body works. And we'd be able to go from there. If we're talking about strengthening bones, you strengthen bones with phosphorus, vitamin D, calcium, and strontium. Strontium is the key in trace amounts to helping strengthen that bone. So I want you to write that down, sis. Strontium, calcium, and phosphorus. And then all you have to do is easy. Now you could just look up, if you eat meat, just look up which meat sources are high in calcium, phosphorus, and strontium. If you going vegan, look up which plants are high in calcium, phosphorus, and strontium.
I'll take
Grand
calcium.
opening, grand closing. But
Real quick, Enqi. If you're going to take calcium, you would recommend that calcium source be ionic, not regular calcium, right? Would you agree with
when
that?
you say regular calcium, what is regular calcium?
Non-ionic calcium.
Okay, so in your understanding, what is ionic minerals?
Small enough to penetrate the cell wall, the mitochondria, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, Okay, what's colloidal minerals?
Not small enough to penetrate the cell wall.
What's monatomic minerals then?
Ah, you got me there. I know monatomic gold.
Okay, let me ask you this.
There.
Where does ionic minerals come from?
Various sources. I have a ton over here. Majority of them are from salt water, Utah lakes.
Salt water or plants? Because
Yeah,
the
matter of
salt
fact, I'm
water
gonna
is
check
coming
my
from
ionic calcium now.
no. That I know what that's coming from. That's coming from the decayed rock and stuff. But the idea is this: you want plant-based everything
Right.
when it comes to minerals, because that's a plant's job. A plant has roots, and the roots are tied to fungus. The roots of the plant and the fungus take the rocks and all that, and they make it bioavailable for us to consume. So that's why I was asking you just to categorize, because I don't want people to get lost in having, going through that maze of ionic, colloidal, this one, Utah, Africa, Red Sea salt, Black Sea salt, and just get into a lot of money wasting and foolishness. The plants make everything bioavailable. So inside of a dandelion, which is the plant in America that has the most iron, all of that iron inside the dandelion is ready to go, because the dandelion's metabolism makes it available for us. That's the natural partnership that we have with plants. Now, can we cheat and have some meat? Sure, we could cheat and have some meat, but the body is designed for plants, and you can cheat and have some meat, just like the Bible says. It gives you the plant-based diet, and then in the flood in the wilderness, go ahead and have you a little meat until you can get you situated again, and then get back on track. But if you also notice in there, the lifespans dramatically dropped from niggas living to 700, 800, and 900 to when they start eating meat, they was locked down to about 100 years old. So it's been a great show.
Enqi, can you get a source on that where people were living for 700 years without eating meat?
I don't know. I said in the Bible. I said
The Bible?
Yeah, I said in the Bible,
okay.
and I referenced the Bible because the Bible gives you these long living people, and then it changes the diet to meat, and after it changes, they can't live a tenth of that length of time. So whether the people were real or not, the communication is, here's lifespan on plants, here's lifespans on meat. Just a reference point. That's all.
Well, in the Bible, they're eating meat from the beginning. Cain and Abel's offering up sacrifices, and they're living. So even when you use that Bible, they were
Cain and Abel were offering up sacrifices.
Abel in the story of Cain and Abel, Abel is offering sacrifice.
This is the mistake
I sat here for a minute.
Hold on. Listen, this is the mistake Reggie made. Reggie made the mistake of believing that because on the walls of Kemet, the people are sacrificing meat to their gods, that they also were eating it. See, that's
Ladies
wrong.
and gentlemen, you are now tuned into Signetter Studios.
I can never talk during these builds.
He
said a lot.
Look, I'm out, but look, Peace. I know you're getting ready to take over. I know you're getting ready to take over.
No, I'm trying to respond to what you just said. You said
you're going to respond until forever. Look, I will never get a closing statement. I could have finished
saying what I was going to say.
But I was making a closing statement. I want to close.
No, you said something about meat in 700 years, and I responded to you.
But after I go, you go all night.
But how about you respect it and let me just respond with discipline? Okay, you're wrong. I'm not Reggie, and Reggie, I don't know what Reggie said. I'm me. People were, anything that people sacrificed, they were eating it. And I could prove that with the Bible and with any other civilization. See how easy that was? I could have said that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Yo, we got to close out. But before I close out, I want to get my man Joe up in here. We got to get the people who haven't spoke yet. Enqi, go ahead. Go ahead, Enqi. Oh, Enqi had to go. All right, so real quick, let me get the brother out of here. He laying in the bed. I don't know what he think this is. This ain't no homo shit going on over here, brother. You got to get your ass alkaline vegan out the bed, nigga. Like, get up out of here with that nonsense. Like, who the hell you posing for, nigga? There's men up here, man. Women up here too. Anyway, Joe, what it is, Joe? You got a question?
Yeah, I had a question for the brother Minister Enqi, but he jumped off. I wanted to ask him a question, and I wanted to ask him was, did he feel that a person who a vegan will live longer than a person who eat meat?
You know
I
what?
can answer that. No.
No, hold on. Hold on. I
go
got
ahead, bro.
yo, you know, I've been looking at a lot of videos, right? And you can check out these elder videos where they sons and daughters are asking them questions how you kept living. These men is like 90, 96, 98, these women. And they straight up tell you, some of them say, yeah, I was eating pork all my life. You know what I'm saying? I got 2 grandmothers that was eating pork all their life. Now, I'm not saying go out there and eat no damn pork. I'm just giving you the real. You know what I'm saying? 187, 190. So they was eating pork all their life. So there's another brother on the flip side of that, like my teacher, brother Say Cool, strict vegan. There's a lot of vegans that I know that passed away. A lot of them, y'all. A lot of them. I'm not kidding you.
Can I would like to.
What I wanted to say is, my grandma, she passed away last year. She was 108. She ate meat all her life. She was
Sure,
108.
yes.
My grandma is 80 something years old right now. She been eating pork and meat all her life. And my wife is a doctor. So I have a little, I know a little bit about, how the body works. I ain't saying I'm a doctor or nothing like that, like doctor, like Minister Enqi, who know all, the concepts of the body, but I'm seeing this. So when you tell me that eating meat would kill you faster than being a vegan, I can't see that. That's not
Well,
realistic.
let me respond to that really quick, brother.
That's not
So
true either. Yeah, I agree with you.
Matter of fact,
there's a lot of variables, right? As with all things in life, as they say in the movie Star Wars, only a Sith deals in absolute. And they say that because unless we talking about universal law, there is really no absolutes to life. So it's really a flawed logic to, and this is no disrespect, brother, but it's flawed logic to say so and so lived to this age, so meat is good or bad, because there's variables in each individual that you're not taking into account. So we all have different genetics, different epigenetics. And then here's also another thing which I haven't heard discussed enough here today. And I definitely think that it should have been talked about more: the variables of the quality of eating animals. So when it's a reason why when you walk into Whole Foods, right, and you go for the grass-fed filet mignon, it's going to be quadruple the price as if you go to some way like I'm in Washington D.C. We had this place called like Tiger Mart. It's like a corner store that sell low quality meats. You know what I'm saying? It's a big difference with that. You know what I'm saying? So it's variables, and we make these blanket statements sometimes like eating meat is good or bad, you know what I'm saying, when it's really not that black and white. Even something like eggs, you go into the store now and you're going to have so many different variations of eggs. You're going to have your regular cheap eggs, you're going to have your cage-free eggs, you're going to have your organic eggs, you're going to have your pasture-raised eggs, right? The burden lies on us to understand the differences of these things. But just really quick, with pasture-raised eggs and pasture-raised chickens, I'm the numbers may be off exactly, but you get somewhere around the lines of 20 feet to 30 feet of range for that chicken to live its life and walk around. With your regular commercial white eggs, those chickens can sometimes live their whole life and not travel 5 feet, right? So there's a huge difference in that quality of egg. So we have to keep taking account the variables in these things. I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong. I'm just saying again
All
that
right.
there's variables in all of this.
All right, Nepal, this is your show. I'm gonna let Nepal go ahead and go in for a while. I want to say, yo, Cosmic Chris 9, good to see you. I ain't see you in a minute, brother. Nepal, you got the floor. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that I was trying to address. It's okay that Enqi's gone. You were asking about, is there anyone who has said going from veganism and eating meat has healed them? This is an author. This is her book, The Hidden Cost of Veganism, R.I.S.E. She talks about how she was basically walking dead, walking zombie. And there's many others, but this is a specific person. You can read her story. She talks about how detrimental veganism is, not just to the human body, but also to the ecosystem. That's one thing I want to share. And then when Enqi was saying that we needed to put a bunch of barbecue sauce on meat, and that's what makes makes us crave meat or want to eat meat when we smell it burning. I went and found this information. I remembered it a little bit from it. You can actually find out about this in cooking class. Damn, just a second. Hold on. Okay. It's called the Maillard reaction. And basically, this is a paper. You can find this information anywhere, but this is a paper again on, I like to go to PubMed. I think this is PubMed. It's a reputable site. So right here, it talks about the Maillard reaction. The Maillard reaction is a non-enzymatic reaction. Somebody in the chat was like, she doesn't know about enzymes. Just please keep it to yourself, okay? Maillard reaction is a non-enzymatic reaction that occurs when the carbonyl group of reducing sugars in the flesh react with amino groups of amino acids, polypeptides, or proteins, resulting in the natural production of a Maillard reaction products, a class of compounds with a wide range of sensory properties. Okay, so basically, there's a lot of scientific jargon going on here. You have this source to go research why we and how we react. We have a physiological reaction to smelling burning meat, cooking flesh. It's not barbecue sauce. It's not flour. It's not herbs. It's just the actual flesh and the actual animal. So those are a couple things I just wanted to address. And the other, so the brother that had asked Brooke Trader, when you asked, are there people, please check that book out with R.I.S.E. And yeah, that's all so far, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to
I want to say to Brooke Trader, brother, you talked about how you walk up on an animal and hit him in the goddamn head with a sledgehammer. Cause you asked Nepal, yo, so yeah, I killed one before. I killed one. And you said, have you ever walked up on an animal and killed them and hit them in the head with a sledgehammer? That's not the way you're supposed to do it, brother. You're not supposed to slaughter animals like that, man. You know, it's important to keep them calm, because when you get them like that and then you begin to intake the meat that you already made them frightened of everything, and you know, you begin
Yeah, but here's the thing, sir.
you know about that.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Here's the thing, but remember, right?
Yes.
I come from the old school, so that's how the old school was doing
right.
it. Right.
Right, you looking them all in the eye while they dying.
Yes. So that's how the old school did it. But what I want to ask,
from, brother? Where you from?
St. Martin.
Huh?
St. Martin.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Same place where CJ comes from.
All right.
Okay. Can I share something else, please, really
Oh,
quickly?
before you share, Napah, what I want to say was, here's the thing with the conversation, right? Everything that you guys mentioned is the same conversation that we've been having for like the origin and the conscious community, right? But the problem I'm having with Enqi or a lot of people who claim to be healers in the community, right? For something small as this, right? For Enqi to find out, or anyone who's a healer, right? The proper way of doing it is you have to get some type of blood test to find out more or less, okay, what is wrong with this individual, right? From the blood test, then you know, okay, cool. This person has this. We can break it down. We can do this, and here comes all the theory and the things that he claims to know that he knows. But after the fact, right? Where is the paper that's saying, okay, what you did was A, now we have B? It's impossible. You've been doing this for 10 plus years, all these healers, but no one is bringing proper paperwork saying this individual had, let's say, asthma or diabetes or herpes, sickle cell, whatever the case may be. This person has A. Here's the paperwork that says this person no longer has this anymore. It's supposed
Right.
to be as simple as one, two, three. That's how simple it's supposed to be. It's like a mechanic saying, I fix cars, but you don't have any cars that you fix. Where is the paperwork? Where is the, because the thing is, I'm not saying that Enqi is wrong with what he's saying. A lot of things I agree with him 90, 80%. Same thing with Napah, 90, 80%. Same thing with Super Salove, 90, 80%. Same thing with Dr. Sebi. But where is the ending result? Because we are supposed to be scientific in this community, right? So how is it that Enqi cannot heal the sister right there? I don't know how to say your name, Sakini Ra. How is it that Enqi cannot heal Sanetta? How these things are supposed to be one-on-one. These things are supposed to be normal, and I'm not seeing it. I've been in this community for 10 plus years since I was in college, and I'm not seeing the end result. All I'm seeing is a jibber jabber, the theory, the arguments, the debates, but the end result is not there.
Okay, thank you. But this isn't for you, for me to bring people to. I don't know what Enqi's doing. I know what I do in my profession, and I'm not going to. I don't know what you want. We're having a discussion about veganism. Is it the only way versus
Okay, let
eating?
me then. Are you a healer? Are you a healer?
Yes, I'm a healer. I'm a healer. And guess what? I have many people who have had autoimmune diseases that they don't even they still are sad to have it. My husband's sitting right here. I've helped him with his lupus. I've helped people with MS. I've helped people with sarcoidosis, because it doesn't boil down to first of what you put in your body. It boils down to stress. It boils down to stress and adrenaline. And I don't think Enqi's doing that with his clients. I didn't hear him say it. I don't know. But when you really address the mind first and stress levels, everything else falls into place. Conventional medicine is 100% right. Homeopathic medicine is 100% right. It's all about holistic healing. So I mean, I don't claim to heal diabetes, I don't claim to do the things that Enqi does. I stay in my lane. I don't know what you're looking for, but I there are
No, what I'm
people.
looking for is simple, like what I said.
Yeah, you went
It's,
on and on and on about how you've been in this community and you haven't seen anybody healed. Well, I don't know who you've sat down with.
no. This is the thing. We are scientific. Your approach, you're a warrior, you seek truth. I love the way you seek truth. It's the proper way of seeking truth. Now I'm asking a simple question. If you want to answer it, cool. If you want to different, no problem. I'm just asking the healers of the community, where is your ending result? Because this thing, the ending result is supposed to be a normal topic. It's supposed to be,
Well,
hey,
wait,
here's
no, stop for a minute, because you're going a long way. I need you to be specific. What do you want to see? What
I
do you
think
want to
he's
do?
asking for the scientific
Well, I want to
research,
hear
right?
him, brother. No, just not trying to because he's going on and on. Do you want me to bring people and say yes, Napah,
not but the scientific result, something as small as the person has
scientific
A,
results?
and now the person has no longer has whatever, or the person has A, B, whatever. The scientific paperwork that's saying you did or you
I
healed the
hate to
person.
speak for the brother because he's not here
Oh,
anymore, but Enqi does have some available. I tried to put it in the chat. If you Google Dr. Enqi melanin versus diabetes, that's one I'm personally familiar with that I've read of
right.
his some scientific research. So you can Google that. It's very extensive. It even has his patients in there too.
Great. So there you have it.
All
So,
right.
No,
so
it's not. It's not. It's not
I
as simple because even
let me
diabetes.
share this already. You said you wanted me to wait for a second. I get it. You want to see some scientific papers.
All
I
right,
guess you didn't hear all night long where we were talking about science, and there the brother said Enqi has a paper for you. This is more for Enqi because he's out of his league when he talks about sacrifice in the Bible. Deuteronomy right here, if you see this right here when I'm screen sharing, Deuteronomy 18, and there's several verses. The priest, verse 1, the priest, the Levites, and all the tribes of Levi shall have no part for inheritance with Israel.
Max Bird, C style. That's the one you supposed to put on timeout for 24 hours. See, you know how to do it, Max Bird. 24 hours. Get them up out of here. Let them try getting them all. Go ahead, Napah. Sorry.
That's okay. The priest shall have no part in the inheritance of Israel. Enqi, I want you to know this. The priest shall eat the offerings, Enqi. The priest shall eat the offerings to the Lord made by fire and his inheritance. So there's more of that. I just wanted to throw that one in because my brother said that I'm confused that they didn't eat the sacrifice. They did eat the sacrifice. And I'm not discounting what you were asking, Brother Brooks Trader. There are a lot of scammers in the community that are taking advantage of people saying they're healing when they're not. I'm not saying it's Enqi. I'm not saying it's Brother Ali. I'm not saying it's me. But I've seen people say things that I know are not correct, and that can be frustrating because we're talking about a community looking to heal people as healers and leaders. When I will say this about Brother Ali, and I keep saying it. He said that sickle cell anemia is caused by a bacterial infection in the gut. That's egregious. It's so bad to say that because what you're doing is you have a
implementing
group
the thing.
you have a group of people, yes, who are suffering and they're looking to you and they're going to listen to you, and it's misinformation. I'm sorry if he's so sensitive and I use that example, but that stood out in my mind forever because that's a disservice to the community. However, with my group of people come to me and they have illnesses, and I tell them what to, like, different things to do with their diet, ways, meditation, anti-stress. It all boils down to stress. Inflammation is the root of all. Dr. Sebi said it's mucus and phlegm. No, inflammation is the root. And I'm not disrespecting Dr. Sebi. Inflammation is the root of all disease.
Respectfully, inflammation is mucus.
No, inflammation is not mucus. Inflammation is what starts, and then mucus comes after inflammation. Inflammation is a physiological reaction in the body to try to to try to stop the inflammation or stop the body or shield the body or heal
From the
the body
toxins.
from the toxins.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
All right. Let me get this out real quick because I'm getting ready to close this out. Let me bring in R.I.S from Philly. You've been waiting for a minute, brother. Go ahead. What's up, man?
So look, I don't really trust research that much because
All right.
books are written by liars. So I look for the receipts, right? If you take all the books and put the forks and spoons aside, let's look at the natural signs that the real God left, the one that nobody knows. First of all, you can't digest hair and bone. That's one natural sign right there that you're not a meat eater by nature. Number two, every vegan animal on the whole planet has the same teeth. The caribou, elk, wildebeest, rabbit, beaver, horse, deer, human being, all the same teeth. Those are natural signs. So you could Google and click on stuff and find out, all kinds of BS. So it's written by liars, all of it. Look at the natural signs. Look around you. Look at your people. Look at all the meat eaters and take a real good look at them. If that's not enough for you. Now, I'm around a lot of vegan people. I'm vegan. I'm in the vegan community. I could sit here right now and tell you I'm 35 and ain't nothing you can do about it. Facts? Right. I'm 54. See? My mother is 75 or something like that. She walks 8 miles every morning. She's able to do that because she's vegan. But all of her meat-eating friends and all the meat eaters in the neighborhood all have a shrine of pills in their medicine cabinet. They all got pains. They all make all these dumb noises when they get up and all that shit. You see what I'm saying? So you can read and Google whatever you want. Look around you at the facts, man. And then whenever somebody talks to you about, yeah, my grandmother, blah, 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 120 years old, that's not the rule. They don't never talk about the billions and billions of people that died in the hospital from something else. They only talk about the one person they know that died from natural causes. Most human beings alive today are going to die from something. Not old age resting. They're going to die from something. That's murder. That murder. They're putting false information out here so they can keep their medical industry going because it's $1 trillion industry, right? And they're in bed with the food industry too. And that's why when you go into a doctor's office, you see 5 basic food groups. Cardinal lies: meat, dairy, liquids, fruit, vegetable. What? Dairy? There ain't nothing in the world more deadly than dairy.
Okay, well, brother, can you tell us why you're saying science is saying that meat eaters, you said billions, but I get what you're saying. You're saying science is saying that vegans, that we should have a meat diet, but you know that science, a lot of doctors, when I say science, I mean doctors, they're telling people to cut back on meat. They're telling people to eat more fruits and vegetables. They're telling people to have a more colorful diet in the doctor's offices. You do know that, right? Because you said there's a conspiracy.
They're starting to change their tune a little bit because they understand that a lot of people are waking up and not falling for their BS anymore. So they're going to find some way to fit in healthiness into their agenda. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to do it.
Okay, well, thank you for your input, though, because you know, there are people in Japan. I just want to throw this out. They're living for it to be over 100 years old, and they all eat animals. They all eat fish.
Right, but they won't tell you about the billions of people that are dying, the meat eaters that are dying. They'll tell you about the few that made it to 100. That's what the news story will be about. But the news won't talk about the billions and billions of people who die every year from something, and it's coming from the food. It's not the air, it's the food that we're eating that's killing us.
Would you say that soy is killing us? That's a plant, right?
I don't really know, man. A lot of the research I just don't trust. I kind of just keep it raw with me. I eat whatever. I don't eat nothing that come out of container. So I try not to eat nothing to come out of container. Bag, bottle, box, nothing. It's a sign. The container is a sign not to fuck with it.
See, right there, that's different. Just like Supernova when it came on. I know that because I know I've eaten with his mother. I've been at their home, and I've had the pleasure of being fed by the Queen of Fua. They don't eat from boxes. They don't eat processed food. There's a different type of, this conversation we need to have next, where we talk about processed foods, right? If we could talk about staying away from processed foods and how detrimental these processed foods are, I'm on board. But I think there's a distinction between, you know, a hot dog and somebody going out, like what the brother Brooks said, just slaughtering your animal and cooking it, right? There's a huge difference. So I appreciate your input, everybody.
And the carrot dog, because what I want to say right quick is because I'm kind of riding with him a little bit, because now I know that they are making processed meat. Now I know you know about that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they're making a
GMO meat, yes.
Right, and so this is not a plant-based meat. It's not that I don't eat the plant-based meat. I eat the processed vegan meat. I don't like that because it's got something else in it. That plant-based, like that a Burger King plant-based, whatever.
Yeah.
Right, because there's something red in there that
it's bioengineered heme.
Right.
Hemoglobin is bioengineered.
Right. So now they got a new meat that they making, right? because what they're trying to say is that you're running out of meat, right? Because at one point when I was really into my veganism, I said that they weren't eating chickens went out with the dinosaurs, and that they was eating pigeons, because you don't see pigeons no more. So this is where they at now. So now I know y'all eating. Well, I ain't so y'all, because I eat chicken now. So I eat the wings anyway, but it ain't no excuse. So anyway, they making a meat, and it's not all plant-based, and I seen them roll it off this roll, and it looked like a big thick roll of material. You almost want to call it sheet. You know how you was woven sheets and woven it out of cotton? It almost looked like this. And so, but they actually peeling it off like they peeling a gyro meat. They shaving it off like that, and they folding it up like tofu. And tofu is just what it say, tofu. So you can fool you with it, and you can make it out of anything you want to. So this is what it's coming out to be, and this is what this processed meat is going to be. And they're making it out of roast. They're making it out of whatever you want it to be, and it's coming in from overseas, new to you, and you're going to enjoy it, I guess.
All right. With that, thank you. Nepal, close us out, please. Take us out of here.
Right.
We got 4 hours in. Oh man. Go ahead.
I'm glad everybody joined. I do want to make this clear to the person saying mucus is and the brother, he's very Ruth. Thank you for your input. You're very informed. I love it. Everybody, and the sister too, everybody who came in. It was great.
Ruth, check the chat real quick. Sorry, Napah.
Okay, no worries. And thank you, Enqi. I do want to say, when I'm talking about inflammation, which is a reaction to the body protecting itself, you can't say inflammation is mucus. And I think we are on that. We're on the same page right now, right? I hear you.
Yes, and I think what my statement was flawed, and what a person in the chat is probably getting a little mixed up is it's in the same process.
Yes.
So it's not the same, but mucus comes from the process of inflammation, and I think that's where the confusion is.
Perfect. No, we're complete. Thank you. Exactly. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Sonetter, first and foremost, for making this possible always. And peace to everybody out there who listened, who joined. Even if you don't agree, remember, I'm saying, and I think everybody in the panel who's said they're vegan, besides the brother Reese, he seems hardcore, but most people are saying, hey, I included some meat in my diet. Even Enqi said, get the meat in and then get back on track. So we know what I'm saying is our bodies, meat is not death. Meat is actually essential to life. And I appreciate Sonetter letting us do this. I hope to continue and do it again soon. Thank you. Peace to the darkest minds of the world.
Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now tuned into Sonetter Studios.
Warning, the views of the host should be considered radical, offensive, and may cause rage. Parental discretion advised.
At Sonetter Studios, we provide experts that dive into the topics that you want to hear. This includes Islam, Christianity, Hebrew Israelite, ancient Egypt, science, history, health, power, local and international events. We are the #1 channel for debating the hottest topics. Our motto is source up or shut up. So strap in and experience Sonetter Studios live on YouTube.